In an appearance at the National Guard Association, Clinton said that the U.S. aimed to demonstrate once again that reckless acts have consequences, and also later announced that the U.S. would maintain a strong military presence in the Kurdish area and will remain ready to use it if Saddam moves against the Kurds. 22 The Clinton administration's concern for the Kurds was self-serving, since on the other hand it supported Turkey's brutal repression of its Kurdish population extending into Iraq. Criticizing the airstrikes, KDP leader Masoud Barzani said they were just part of Clinton's election campaign, and that America had provided only empty promises regarding Kurdish autonomy. 23. Flashback to the days of bomb shelters. Clinton helped to advance Iraqi regime change propaganda/disinformation in a November 1997 speech to a gathering of Democrats in Sacramento, where he warned about the deployment of chemical and biological weapons and maybe small-scale nuclear weapons by Saddam, which could do 10 times as much damage as the Oklahoma City bomb. The world had to combat the organized forces of destruction that would spread weapons of mass destruction. 24. The next morning on ABC's This Week, Defense Secretary William Cohen placed on the table a 5-pound sack of sugar and asked viewers to imagine it contained anthrax, which Iraq was known to have produced during the Gulf War. If spread over a city the size of Washington, Cohen said, it would kill half the population. Cohen next held up a thimble. If it contained VX, a nerve agent also suspected in Iraq's arsenal, 1 drop will kill you within a few minutes. 25. At a Pentagon briefing 10 days later, Cohen said that the United Nations believed Saddam may have in his possession as much as 200 tons of VX, and this would, of course, be theoretically enough to kill every man, woman, and child on the face of the earth. New York Times columnist Maureen Dowd wrote that Cohen's alarmist performance art was a flashback to the days of bomb shelters and learning to crawl under your desk if the big one hit. She nonetheless seconded his concern, insofar as we are talking about a world-class monster who strangles people with his bare hands, gasses entire villages, assassinates members of his family and uses babies as shields. Wondering if the Clinton crowd alumni of Make Love Not War has the spine for its first big crisis is giving me a bad case of the jits. 26. The Cold War, like hullabaloo about Saddam and WMDs, laying the groundwork for the Bush administration's 2003 invasion, was disproven by Scott Ritter, who testified that he saw no evidence the country possessed the capability to produce or deploy chemical, biological, or nuclear weapons, which America's ally Israel had in great abundance, or had operational Scud missiles, and that his boss, Charles Delfer, had issued a report concluding that Iraq had disarmed by the summer of 1991. Ritter also said that any concealment efforts were designed to protect Saddam from assassination and that Iraq was complying with regulations to limit the number of Scud missiles to under 100, though these inconvenient facts were suppressed or denied. According to Ritter, the Clinton administration had manipulated, suppressed, and fatally undermined the weapons inspection process in support of the agenda of regime change. 27. Operation Desert Fox. In December 1998, Clinton launched a 4-day bombing operation known as Operation Desert Fox, the nickname of Hitler's General Erwin Rommel, which killed 62 Iraqi soldiers and 82 civilians while flattening an agricultural school, damaging at least a dozen schools and hospitals and knocking out water supplies for 300,000 people in Baghdad. 28 General Ronald Fogelman, the U.S. Air Force Chief of Staff, characterized Operation Desert Fox as an air occupation of a country. 29. The pretext was that Saddam had announced the end of cooperation with UNSCOM, though Saddam never actually ordered the inspectors out. In fact, UNSCOM head Richard Butler says he was told by the U.S. ambassador to the UN Richard Holbrooke that it would be wise for him to withdraw UNSCOM personnel before planned U.S. and British bombing marked the end of UNSCOM's inspectors. 30 Secretary of State Madeleine Albright subsequently stated that the U.S. would act multilaterally if we can and unilaterally if we must, because the U.S. considers this area vital to U.S. interests. 31. Washington Post columnist William Arkin concluded, based on study of the target list, that the real purpose of Operation Desert Fox was to destroy the Iraqi regime. Saddam's palaces and sleeping quarters were struck along with Iraqi intelligence and Baath party headquarters, as well as eavesdropping and jamming units, radio and television transmission stations and army barracks. Only 13 of the targets were facilities associated with chemical and biological weapons and ballistic missiles, while 35 of them played a role in Iraq's air defense system, which the U.S. needed to cripple as an essential first step in any broader air war and regime change operation. 32 The implications of this assessment is that Clinton's policy not only extended Bush-I's war but was a vital first step that lay the groundwork for Bush-I's 2003 invasion that toppled Saddam. 33 Howard Zinn, author of A People's History of the United States and leader in the anti-Vietnam War movement, wrote, "We are living in a time of madness, when men in suits and ties, and yes, a woman Secretary of State, can solemnly defend the use in the present of indiscriminate violence they do not know what they are bombing, against a tyrant who may use violence in the future. The phrase clear and present danger has therefore lost its meaning. The phrase weapons of mass destruction too has lost its meaning when a nation which has more such weapons and has used them more often than any other uses those words to justify the killing of civilians to send a message. 34 After writing these words, Zinn received a letter from Dr. Mohammed Al-Obeidi, an Iraqi citizen residing in the UK, who said that a cruise missile hit his parents' house and killed his mother, and sister-in-law and her 3 children. Zinn responded by saying that the letter had conveyed to him with terrible clarity that Saddam Hussein and the leaders of our government have much in common. They are both visiting death and suffering on the people of Iraq. 35 Quiet War and Genocidal Sanctions. Operation Desert Fox was the beginning of a year-long quiet war costing over $1 billion in which American and British jet fighters dropped more than 1,800 bombs on Iraq and hit more than 450 targets, killing 120 people and injuring 442.36. The bombing was combined with economic sanctions, which Madeleine Albright conceded on 60 Minutes resulted in the deaths of 500,000 Iraq children, a price she said was worth it to contain Saddam. John Mueller and Carl Mueller wrote in Foreign Affairs in May-June 1999 that the economic sanctions may well have caused the deaths of more people in Iraq than have been slain by all so-called weapons of mass destruction throughout history. 37 The high death toll resulted from the fact that the U.S.-led coalition had destroyed Iraq's infrastructure during the First Persian Gulf War. The sanctions deprived people of food and medicines along with chemicals for water purification and parts from sewage pumps. Raw sewage spilled into rivers from which people got their drinking water, causing many deaths from disease along with the malnutrition. 38 An iconic piece of Iraqi art from the period by sculptor Mohammad Ghani featured a 3-meter figure of a woman, her breasts dry of milk, with a child pleading with her for food, the small frail body merged into her legs. 39 During a lengthy interview on Democracy Now! In 2000, Bill Clinton denied any responsibility for the human cost of the sanctions, telling Amy Goodman that Saddam had the money to feed children but had elected not to and was trying to blackmail the UN in order to enable his regime to buy nuclear weapons, chemical weapons, and biological weapons. 40 Much of the money was derived from oil sales that were sanctioned under a UN oil for food program. Iraq received oil for food revenue only after money was first paid to Kuwait as war reparation and to the UN to cover its daily operation costs in Iraq, which left an inadequate amount to properly feed the people and address the dire humanitarian situation. 41 Because of the sanctions, Iraq was also forced to sell its oil far cheaper than the international market price. With nearly 40% of Iraq's oil exports ending up in U.S. refineries, the biggest beneficiaries were big U.S. oil companies such as Chevron, ExxonMobil, Valero, Clark, and Marathon Ashland, which made billions of dollars profit from the cheaper oil difference every year in what amounted to one of the biggest oil schemes in history. 42 Dennis Halliday resigned as coordinator of humanitarian relief to Iraq in 1998 after 34 years with the Union because American Samoa. He wrote, "The policy of economic sanctions totally bankrupt. We are in the process of destroying an entire society. It is as simple and terrifying as that. 5,000 children are dying every month. I don't want to administer a program that results in figures like these. Halliday went on to suggest that the sanctions policy satisfied the definition of genocide, a deliberate policy that has effectively killed well over 1 million individuals, children, and adults. We all know that the regime, Saddam Hussein, is not paying the price for economic sanctions. On the contrary, he has been strengthened by them. It is the little people who are losing their children or their parents for lack of untreated water. What is clear is that the Security Council is now out of control, for its actions here undermine its own charter, and the Declaration of Human Rights and the Geneva Convention. History will slaughter those responsible. 43. On February 13, 2000, Hans von Spuneck, who had succeeded Halliday as humanitarian coordinator in Iraq, additionally resigned. How long, he asked, should the civilian population of Iraq be exposed to such punishment for something they have never done? 2 days later, Jutta Berghard, head of the World Food Program in Iraq, also resigned, saying privately she, too, could not tolerate what was being done to the Iraqi people. 44 These resignations and commentaries provide a stinging rebuke to the Clinton administration's Iraq policy, which set the groundwork for the disastrous 2003 invasion. Manufacturing another false WMD threat. In May 1995, President Clinton signed an executive order imposing sanctions on Iran that restricted United States trade and investment, including purchases by American companies that accounted for more than 20% of that country's oil exports. Conoco was forced to cancel a $1 billion agreement to develop 2 Iranian offshore oil fields. In 1996, Clinton signed the Republican-inspired Iran-Libya Sanctions Act, which imposed more sanctions on foreign firms investing more than $40 million in Iran's oil and gas industry. Previously, the Clinton administration had refused to permit the U.S. airplane manufacturer Boeing to sell passenger aircraft to Iran, and pressured Azerbaijan to drop Iran from an international consortium developing one of Azerbaijan's offshore oil fields. 45. Speaking at a dinner of the World Jewish Congress in New York in May 1995 after the imposition of sanctions, Clinton characterized Iran as an inspiration and paymaster to terrorists and stated that he was convinced that instituting a trade embargo with Iran is the most effective way our nation can help to curb that nation's drive to acquire devastating weapons and its continued support for terrorism. 46 These remarks exemplify how Clinton served as a relay runner between the two Bushes on Iran, much as he had with Iraq. As part of a dual containment policy, he singled out Iran as a primary U.S. adversary in the Middle East, foreshadowing G.W. Bush's inclusion of Iran as part of the axis of evil. Like with the false connection between Saddam and WMD, Clinton's rationale Iran's alleged development of a nuclear weapons and sponsorship of terrorism were largely manufactured. Secretary of State Warren Christopher, who referred to Iran as an international outlaw and dangerous country, had suggested in a May 1995 press briefing just before Clinton's announcement that American intelligence agencies had information about Iran's development of nuclear weapons. Christopher, however, misrepresented the intelligence, as the reports merely showed that Iran was intent on acquiring nuclear enrichment technology, which was in compliance with the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, to which Iran was a signatory, if it was put to use for non-military purposes. 47. In 1993, Iran's President Ali Rafsanjani told Time magazine that it would be irrational for Iran to use its limited resources to develop nuclear weapons, adding that they could never be used in the region and would not help redress Iran's imbalance of power with the United States. A decade later, Iran's supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khomeini issued a fatwa against nuclear weapons, and the International Atomic Energy Agency found no evidence of Iranian weapons-related activity. 48 Iran at this time was also falsely accused of terrorist attacks for which there was no definitive proof, including the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, and bombing of the Israeli embassy in Buenos Aires. 49. The demonization and alarmism about Iran had more to do with geopolitical considerations than any real national security threat. The 1979 Islamist revolution overthrowing the Shah, who had been installed in a CIA-backed coup 25 years earlier, had dealt a blow to American interests in the Middle East and desire to control the region's oil, which subsequent administrations worked to try to reverse. The Reagan administration thus supported Saddam Hussein's war on Iran and covered up for Saddam's crimes in that period. Clinton continued Reagan and Bush's policy of containment and went even further. Martin Indyk, Clinton's senior director for the Near East and South Asia on the National Security Council, recalls Clinton saying that containment was not a tough enough policy, we had to find a way to change their behavior or change their regime. 50. One of Clinton's key motives was to scare the American public into repudiating the peace dividend advocated by Robert S. McNamara. A new threat had been needed to replace that of the now defunct Soviet Union. American policy at the same time was driven largely by Israeli interests. 51 Clinton's rhetoric followed that of Yitzhak Rabin and his successor Benjamin Netanyahu, who raised alarm about the alleged Iranian nuclear weapons program in a manner which contradicted the findings of Israel's own intelligence agencies. Mark Heller, a senior researcher at the Jaffe Center for Strategic Studies, Tel Aviv University, wrote that the purpose of portraying a threat from Iran in alarming terms was to help the Rabin government with Israelis who harbored doubts about the peace talks with the Palestinians. The argument the Rabin government was making was that if you don't make peace with these guys, look who's coming next: Islamic fundamentalists with nuclear arms behind them. 52. The Israelis also needed a new threat to enable the U.S. to rationalize the maintenance of its close security relationship with Israel and its large-scale arms procurements at the end of the Cold War. 53 Benjamin Netanyahu's main motive for playing up the Iran threat was to help change the channel from stalled peace talks, according to an aide, at a time that his government refused to abide by the Y agreements that called for 13% Israeli withdrawal from the occupied territories and halting of the Israeli withdrawal process as he prepared for general elections. 54. Iran's President Akbar Hashemi Rafsanjani was considered by the CIA to be a pragmatic moderate who, along with the Supreme Leader Ali Khomeini, sought improved relations with the United States. 55 Rafsanjani's successor, Mohammad Khatami, was a liberal reformer who promoted a dialogue of civilizations as a counter to Harvard University professor Samuel Huntington's contention claiming an inevitable clash of civilizations between the West and Islam. 56. Clinton at that time expressed interest in improving relations, particularly if Iran cooperated in the investigation of the 1996 bombing of a U.S. military housing quarter in the Saudi city of Khobar that killed 19 U.S. soldiers, behind which members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps were suspected. 57 Khatami reacted angrily, however, to the insinuation of Iranian guilt in the Khobar attack, stating that the allegations were based on inaccurate and biased information and were fabricated, a view confirmed by investigative reporter Gareth Porter. Khatami also criticized the U.S. for failing to take action against the crew of the USS Vincennes for its 1988 attack on an Iran Air passenger plane that killed all 290 passengers and crew on board. 58. In a major speech on March 17, 2000, Madeleine Albright formally apologized for the CIA's role in the 1953 coup that overthrew Prime Minister Mohammad Mossadegh and restored the monarchy. She also announced the lifting of sanctions on imports of Iranian food and carpets, approved export of spare parts for Iran's aging Boeing aircraft, and offered to settle outstanding legal claims on Iranian assets frozen in U.S. bank accounts since the 1979 U.S. embassy seizure. A few days later, Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khomeini dismissed Albright's remarks as worthless, in part because the CIA was still arming groups like the Kurds that were plotting the government's overthrow, and the U.S.-Iran relationship went from bad to worse. 59. Clinton's hostile policy was part of a 40-year covert war on the Iranian revolutionary regime, which paid a high price for its defiance. Although not as devastating as Iraq, the sanctions were harmful to Iran's economy when the country badly needed revenues to repay foreign debts and modernize its oil fields. The Wall Street Journal reported in September 1995 that Iran hadn't yet been able to find customers for 200,000 of the 600,000 barrels a day of crude oil that American companies had been purchasing, and incurred expenses because it was forced to store some unsold oil in leased tankers and in South Africa. 60. Pacts with devils. While punishing Iraq and Iran because of their failure to fall into line with the New World Order, the Clinton administration shored up its alliance with some of the Middle East's worst dictatorships, including most notably Saudi Arabia and Egypt under Hosni Mubarak. The U.S. sold them high-tech equipment as part of Washington's dual containment policy targeting Iran and Iraq. Clinton enjoyed particularly close relations with Mubarak, on whom Clinton counted to play a significant role in Middle East peace talks and praised for making great strides towards reforming and restructuring Egypt's economy along neoliberal lines and for creating better conditions to attract U.S. investment in Egypt. 61. Egypt's police force, the Mukhabarat, under Mubarak was infamous for its cruelty and had been frequently cited by the State Department for torture of prisoners. According to a 2002 report, detainees were stripped and blindfolded, suspended from a ceiling or door frame with feet just touching the floor, beaten with fists, whips, metal rods, or other objects, subjected to electrical shocks, and doused with cold water, sexually assaulted. 62 Under the terms of the 1979 peace accord between Israel and Egypt, the U.S. had allocated around $2 billion in aid to Egypt, roughly divided between military and humanitarian funds, which the Clinton administration sustained despite negative State Department's assessments regarding human rights. 63 In 1996 alone, Egypt bought $1 billion worth of American aircraft, vehicles, naval equipment, missiles, and other munitions. 64. The Clinton administration at the same time was selling the Saudis 1,500 Raytheon AIM-9L missiles, 700 laser-guided bombs, hundreds of light armored vehicles and machine guns, and helped maintain an airborne warning and control system. 65 The Wall Street Journal reported in October 1994 that the Saudis were at the time by far the largest foreign buyer of U.S. military equipment, including of M1A2 tanks, whose research and development upgrade wouldn't have been possible without Saudi purchases. On an average day, the Pentagon disbursed $10 million in Saudi payments to U.S. defense contractors. On a good day it goes as high as $50 million, said a Pentagon official. 66 Clinton's State Department even okayed the sale of body chains used to restrain prisoners, which were banned in most European countries as devices of cruelty. 67. The Saudi royal family was among the most oppressive regimes in the world, with thousands of political prisoners. They were also leading sponsors of terrorism through their attempts to export their version of Wahhabism around the Middle East, supporting jihadist groups through the Islamic Relief Organization. Mohammed Al-Qalwi, former first secretary of the Saudi mission to the UN, said that he had documents showing that the Saudi government funded Hamas, supported Saddam Hussein's nuclear arms program, and wiretapped Jewish groups. 68 Saudi intelligence also backed an Islamist rebellion in Uzbekistan. 69 CIA agent Robert Baer wrote that the United States had made a pact with the devil. As long as the Sultan kept buying American weapons and Aramco kept banking our oil, no one in Washington cared what was happening in the kingdom. 70. Clinton himself had a personal connection to the Ibn Saud royal dynasty through Prince Turki bin Faisal, the head of the Saudi intelligence service, who was a classmate at Georgetown. As governor of Arkansas, Clinton had worked hard to secure a multimillion-dollar Saudi donation to the Middle East Studies program at the University of Arkansas, Fayetteville. 71 One of the payoffs was Clinton's effectiveness in lobbying for American corporate deals in Saudi Arabia, including for AT&T and for Boeing, which secured a $3.6 billion order for civilian jets and then gave $65,000 to the Democratic National Committee, 4 times more than it had donated during the previous 3 years. 72. America's alliance with the Saudi royal family went back to the presidency of Franklin D. Roosevelt and gave the U.S. access to cheap oil along with military bases which were used to wage the war on Iraq. In the early 1970s, the Nixon administration had forged a deal with Saudi Arabia that the country would sell its oil in U.S. dollars in exchange for regime protection via covered U.S. military and police assistance. 73 With the Saudis falling on hard economic times following the First Persian Gulf War, the Clinton administration allowed them to purchase their arms on credit, and helped secure a massive $6.2 billion loan from the Import-Export Bank, the biggest deal in its history. 74 The Clinton administration furthermore expanded covert mechanisms of support to Saudi security forces, especially by hiring more private military contractors which, according to journalist Ken Silverstein, in effect turned the Saudi security apparatus, infamous for its use of torture, into a private subsidiary of the Pentagon. 75. At the end of the Clinton era, Vinyl Corporation had over 1,000 employees in Saudi Arabia, many of them Army Special Forces veterans who instructed Saudi troops in using new weapons and offered tactical training to mechanized units. Another active company was the San Diego-based SAIC, which helped to assist the Navy in systems analysis and helped run Saudi air defense operations. O'Gara Protective Services was also hired to protect the royal family and its property, and Booz Allen and Hamilton oversaw the Saudi Marine Corps and ran the Saudi Armed Forces Staff College where they taught senior-level military skills including tactical training. 76. Saudi Arabia was a member state of the Gulf Cooperation Council along with Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, and the United Arab Emirates, to which the Clinton administration provided vast quantities of arms in order to improve their ability to assist American forces in the event of a major conflagration. Between 1990 and 1997, the United States provided these countries with arms and ammunition worth over $42 billion, the largest and most costly transfer of military equipment to any region in the world by any single supplier in recent history, according to political analyst Michael T. Clare. 77 The transfers included 20 Lockheed F-16 aircraft to Bahrain worth $303 million in 1997, 256 Abrams tanks, 16 Apache attack helicopters and 16 Black Hawk helicopters to Kuwait, and 80 upgraded F-16 fighters to the UAE worth an estimated $7 billion in March 2000. 78. The three latter countries were run by oppressive Sunni ruling families. All were cited by human rights organizations for banning opposition parties, torturing and disappearing political opponents, violently suppressing uprisings and carrying out ethnic cleansing operations. 79. The GCC arms transfers epitomize the double standards of the Clinton administration regarding human rights and mass atrocity prevention. Another good example of this was Jordan. The Clinton administration provided it with a $300 million military aid package in 1996, supported by the Israelis. It resulted in the transfer of 16 F-16 fighters along with 50 M60A3 tanks, 18 A helicopters, an AC-130 cargo plane, M578 armored recovery vehicles and other military equipment. 80 Jordan was a soft authoritarian regime under King Hussein, which had a record of repressing its Palestinian population. The U.S. Embassy in Amman under Ambassador William J. Burns, the future CIA director, promoted free market reforms, including privatization, tariff reduction, and cutting public services. The new rules led to a 20% increase in the price of medicines in Jordan. Burns also helped support Jordan's bid to join the World Trade Organization in spring 2000, which he says was an essential first step in negotiating a bilateral free trade agreement, the first with an Arab country. 81 The advancement of neoliberalism in Jordan had to be backed up by force, and reflected a selective application of the concept human rights, which excluded the rights of people to free quality health services and education and basic living standards. Pipeline politics, the Clinton/Taliban teeter-totter. Clinton's anti-Iranian policy resulted in support for the Taliban regime in Afghanistan for a period. Backed by the Pakistani intelligence services, the Taliban were Sunni fundamentalists who promoted a strict version of Sharia law. Their leaders had mostly grown up in refugee camps in Pakistan and gained primacy in Afghanistan's civil war. The Taliban accused Iran of trying to fragment Afghanistan owing to the fact it was scared that the Sunnis might revolt against it in light of Afghanistan's success as a Sunni Islamic emirate. According to the Taliban, Iran had spent a lot of money in Afghanistan, providing weapons and inciting rebellion in the largely Shiite province of Mazar-e-Sharif. 82. U.S. foreign policy elites recognized the strategic location of Afghanistan at the crossroads between what Halford Mackinder called the world's heartland and Indian subcontinent, wrote Eli Krakovsky, Special Assistant to the Secretary of Defense for International Security Policy from 1982 to 1988. Afghanistan had great potential for opening the sea for the landlocked new states of Central Asia, which had large oil and gas deposits that the US wanted to pry away from Russian control. 83. After the Taliban took Kabul on September 27, 1996, the State Department issued a statement saying that it saw nothing objectionable about the Taliban, including in its imposition of Islamic law and harboring of Osama bin Laden, who had gone to Afghanistan in June 1996. U.S. Senator Hank Brown noted the good part of what has happened is that one of the factions at least seems capable of developing a government in Afghanistan. 84. Besides using it as a wedge to contain Iran, the U.S. primary interest in Afghanistan was the building of a pipeline from Turkmenistan through Pakistan by Unocal, a company based in Southern California. Unocal allegedly financed the Taliban through the Bin Mahfouz Commercial Bank in Saudi Arabia, and had hired top lobbyists such as Henry Kissinger and Robert Oakley, the former U.S. ambassador to Pakistan. 85. The oil pipeline was particularly important in enabling access to Central Asia's oil, whose reserves were estimated to reach more than 60 billion barrels, enough to service Europe's oil needs for 11 years. 86. With Iran out of the picture, Afghanistan was the only possible route of access other than Russia. A U.S. diplomat told journalist Ahmed Rashid, "The Taliban will probably develop like the Saudis did. There will be Aramco, pipelines, an emir, no parliament and lots of Sharia law. We can live with that." 87. The preliminary feasibility study for the pipeline was performed by Enron, the soon notorious U.S. energy corporation, which received a $750,000 U.S. Agency for Trade and Development grant. U.S. intelligence sources and Enron officials confirmed that Enron covertly gave the Taliban millions of dollars, with the Clinton administration's apparent blessing, in a bid to strike a deal for the pipeline. The State Department was funneling arms to the Taliban at this time along with Pakistan's ISI and the Saudis. 88. Republican Congressman Dana Rohrabacher, who had been involved with Afghanistan since the early 1980s as special assistant to President Ronald Reagan, was stonewalled when he requested access to documents, criticized the Clinton administration's covert policy of supporting the Taliban, whom he called the most anti-Western, anti-female, and anti-human rights regime in the world, and pushed for support for the Northern Alliance. 89. Nonetheless, in April 1998 Clinton dispatched Assistant Secretary of State Rick Inderfurth and Bill Richardson, UN ambassador, to convince anti-Taliban forces in Panjshir not to attack or retake Kabul. 90. However, relations with the Taliban soured and the CIA began covertly backing the Northern Alliance when the Taliban turned to a competitor of Unocal, which had the support of the Saudis for the construction of the fossil fuel pipeline, the Argentine company, Bridas. The Union Oil Company of California had refused the Taliban's demand for more than $100 million per year in rent for the pipeline route in the form of roads, water supplies, telephone and electricity lines, and a tap on the pipeline to provide oil and gas for Afghanistan. Unlike Unocal, Bridas promised that the pipeline would provide energy to the domestic market and not only for exports. 91. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright then began highlighting the Taliban's repression of freedom and rights, particularly towards women. A deal was struck with Northern Alliance commander Ahmed Shah Massoud, in which the U.S. agreed to supply him with arms and ammunition in exchange for Massoud providing intelligence reports about Osama bin Laden. 92. The Clinton administration subsequently seized the Taliban's assets in the U.S., imposed sanctions and bombed Afghanistan under the pretext that the Taliban were harboring bin Laden. 93. Silent spectator to a massacre. In a December 1997 meeting in Washington with Karl F. Inderfurth, the Assistant Secretary for South Asian Affairs, 3 members of the Taliban Armat Jan, the Acting Minister of Mines and Industry, Amir Khan Matakai, the Acting Minister of Information and Culture, and Din Mohammed, an ethnic Tajik who was Acting Minister of Planning, did not mince words in condemning the double standards of the U.S. towards human rights and the Clinton administration's silence in the face of massacres carried out by Northern Alliance commanders with a rapacious track record against Taliban prisoners in northern Afghanistan. Defending the Taliban's record on women's rights, which he said was in line with Afghan traditions, Mr. Motaki specifically questioned the neutrality of the international community in Afghanistan's civil war when Russia and Tehran were supporting anti-Taliban Northern Alliance fighters in Mazar-i-Sharif with weapons and training, and when Northern Alliance leader Burhanuddin Rabbani, head of the Tajik-dominated Jamiat-i-Islami Party, retained the Afghan seat at the UN General Assembly. Motaki said that the Rabbani regime had cheated and lied to the Taliban. It had overseen the horrific massacre of 1,632 Taliban prisoners by Northern Alliance militias in the Laili Desert near the town of Shivorgan in Jazjan province, North Afghanistan. Several hundred men imprisoned in Mazar-i-Sharif and 372 imprisoned in Faryab were also executed. Numerous prisoners had died under torture while others were savagely maimed and had their limbs amputated before they were killed. At the time of the massacre, Rabbani claimed to be president of Afghanistan, with his government based in Mazar-i-Sharif. A former professor of Islamic theology at Kabul University and leader of the anti-Soviet Mujahideen, Rabbani had served as a mentor to both Ahmed Shah Massoud and Gulbuddin Hikmatyar, one of the CIA's top assets in Afghanistan. The general who gave the orders for the Laili Desert massacre, Malik Pahlawan, was the second in command of Uzbeki warlord Rashid Dostum, who served as vice president of Afghanistan from 2014 to 2020 during the period of U.S. NATO occupation and fled afterwards to Iran. Jan told Inderfirth pointedly that when the hair of a person is cut in Kabul, the whole media is talking about it. Now, 3,000 people have been killed by the opposition militia and there is no serious interest. The U.S. advocates human rights throughout the world, but still it has not condemned the tragic human holocaust in the Laili Desert. The people of Afghanistan never expected the U.S. government to be a silent spectator when thousands of Afghan men and women from all racial backgrounds are mourning the massacre of their relatives in Afghanistan. We want you to bring the culprits to trial and prosecute them according to international norms and principles. Point 94. This prosecution would never take place because the Clinton administration by this time had turned against the Taliban and begun arming the very opposition forces that had carried out the human holocaust in the Laili Desert under the pretext of waging a war on terror. Ironically, Jan said that not only did the Taliban want friendly relations with the US, but that they had not been the ones to invite Osama bin Laden into Afghanistan. Rather he had come to Nangarhar province as a guest of the previous regime led by Burhanuddin Rabbani. When the Taliban took over, they stopped allowing bin Laden to give public interviews and frustrated Iranian and Iraqi attempts to get in contact with him. Point 95. More victims not worth mentioning, Turkey's Kurds. While spotlighting abuses by Saddam Hussein against the Kurds in Iraq, the Clinton administration provided $800 million in arms annually to Turkey, which had a long history of mistreating the Kurds. It approved the sale of 145 attack helicopters, training 976 Turkish military personnel including mountain commandos who massacred Kurdish rebels and destroyed hundreds of villages. 96 Lockheed F-16 jet fighters, Cobra and Black Hawk helicopters, cluster bombs, and M60 tanks and M113 armored personnel carriers were U.S. weapons that were used in the deadly counterinsurgency campaigns in the 1990s along with M16 assault rifles made by Colt Industries. The U.S. also assisted the Turkish armed forces in providing military intelligence. In 1994, as the atrocities peaked, Turkey became the biggest single importer of American military hardware and thus the world's largest arms purchaser. 97 U.S. sales to Turkey during the Clinton era were more than 4 times as large as the entire value of U.S. arms transfers to Turkey during the 34 years from 1950 to 1983. 98 Turkey's strategic value lay in its vital location on the Bosporus at the nexus of Europe, the Middle East, the Caucasus, and the Caspian. Since the end of World War II, it had served as an important ally of the United States in NATO and sent troops to wars like that in Korea. 99 Furthermore, prior to Erdogan's rise to power in Turkey in 2003, Trade between the two countries eclipsed $6 billion in 1999, increasing by 50% during Clinton's presidency. 100. Towards the end of its second term, the Clinton administration was promoting development of a $2.5 billion oil and natural gas pipeline through Turkey from the Caspian Sea basin, which would bypass Russia and Iran. The contract had been awarded to PSG Corporation, a consortium of Bechtel Enterprises Incorporated and General Electric. 101 Enron had also closed a $1 billion deal to develop two 500-megawatt gas-fired power stations on the Sea of Marmara. 102 Notably, since 1951, Turkey had housed the Incirlik Air Base, which was pivotal to U.S. power projection in the Middle East and provided a launching pad for bombing attacks into Iraq during the Persian Gulf War and in its aftermath. 103. The presence of the Incirlik Air Base was undoubtedly a key reason that Turkey was elevated to the role of a strategic partner of the United States during President Clinton's visit to Turkey in November 1999. 104 5 years earlier, Clinton had called Turkey a shining example to the world of the virtues of cultural diversity. 105 These comments were obscene considering the scorched earth operations targeting the Kurds in southeastern Turkey, Turkey's record imprisonment of journalists, and wide-scale torture, disappearance, and killing of Kurdish politicians, businessmen and activists carried out by special counterinsurgency regiments linked to organized crime. 106 Turkish authorities even demanded a 3-year prison sentence for the deputy manager of the Lufthansa office in Istanbul, Franz Riasig, after he had provided the Istanbul Rotary Club with an out-of-date globe with a geographical reference to Kurdistan. 107. Nonetheless, year after year, the Clinton administration blocked moves in the UN to censure Turkey for human rights violations. 108 Turkey instead was praised for dealing with terrorism in its own borders, as Vice President Gore framed it in a 1994 speech. In 1984, PKK founder Abdullah Öcalan had initiated an armed struggle to create a greater Kurdistan on Kurdish-populated territories in Turkey, Iraq, Iran, and Syria. Most Kurds felt they had no choice as the alternative to taking up arms was to watch the army raze their homes. Supported allegedly by Syria and Iran, the PKK earned its designation as a foreign terrorist organization based on its history of violence both against the Turkish military and against Kurds accused of collaborating with Turkey's security structures. The PKK's terrorist acts included kidnapping foreign tourists, suicide bombings, assassinating teachers, political figures, and other representatives of the Turkish government, planting mines and attacking Turkish diplomatic offices in Europe. 109. One of the regions most devastated by the Turkish assault on the PKK was Tunceli, north of the Kurdish capital of Diyarbakir, where 1/3 of the villages were destroyed by the Turkish army and vast tracts were set aflame by U.S. supplied helicopters and jets. On April 1, 2000, Turkish helicopter gunships supplied by the United States were allowed to cross a no-fly zone in Iraq to attack Kurds, who were supposed to be protected by the U.S. Air Force from Saddam. 110 In March 1995, Clinton had given the green light in a phone conversation with Turkish Prime Minister Tansu Çiller to pursue the Kurds in Iraq. 111 Öcalan himself was kidnapped by Turkish intelligence in 1999 after being doggedly pursued with the support of the CIA and Israeli Mossad, and jailed for the next 10 years on an isolated island in the Sea of Marmara. 112. The most controversial U.S. arms sale to Turkey was the late 1998 decision to grant a license to the Michigan-based AV Technology Division of General Dynamics to sell armored vehicles to the Turkish anti-terror and anti-riot police. According to a description by Dana Priest of The Washington Post, the deal included 11-ton, armored patrollers, equipped with water cannons, ramming arms, and front gun ports for urban anti-riot police, and dragoons, an armored personnel carrier that would transport anti-terror police who were implicated in major abuses including torture and rape. 113. Clinton used his personal charm and legendary ability to connect with people to help diffuse criticism against U.S. policy during his November 1999 Turkish trip, where he shared tea, lifted up babies in the earthquake-shattered town of Izmit, and wowed people by remembering the names of diplomats he had encountered years before. While passing a chance to confer with Turkey's military brass, Clinton instead met with human rights advocates and the Greek Orthodox Patriarch to symbolize his support for the Greek Orthodox minority, and in a speech before Parliament aligned himself with those demanding greater political liberty. Clinton also said that he hoped it would be possible for the Kurdish citizens of Turkey to reclaim that most basic of birthrights, a normal life. 114. Clinton, however, had helped deprive the Kurds of a normal life by backing the brutal Turkish counterinsurgency campaign against them. The New York Times reported that while Clinton spoke about the need for greater tolerance of free expression, the police were arresting scores of people staging an unapproved protest of his visit. 115 One of the main underlying purposes behind this visit besides public relations was to sign landmark accords for a new oil pipeline from the Caspian Sea with Turkey's President Süleyman Demirel and Turkmenistan dictator Sapir Niyazov, whose rule was so draconian that he banned video games, listening to car radios, and performing operas and ballets, and closed libraries outside the capital of Ashgabat because he was trying to counter Western and Soviet influence. 116. Clinton's strategic immorality was apparent in his administration's provision of copious arms sales to Turkey's main geopolitical rival, Greece, another NATO member, which helped augment regional tensions. The main beneficiary as per usual was the American war industry. Frigates, destroyers, and Hellfire anti-tank missiles sold to Greece in the summer of 1998 were matched with the sale of frigates and Harpoon anti-ship missiles to Turkey at the same time. These sales were announced despite the fact that the US was then trying to launch an effort to renew dialogue on the island of Cyprus, which Turkey had invaded. A report put out by the World Policy Institute and Federation of American Scientists concluded that the introduction of each new level of technology ratcheted up the arms race another notch, fueling expensive purchases on both sides. The Turkish decision to launch a $31 billion military modernization program over the next 10 years was countered by a Greek decision to reverse its economizing defense cuts and build up its arsenal as well with $24 billion over the next 8 years. 117 Once again, vital resources were being siphoned away from badly needed social programs to the benefit of the arms merchants, as the threat of war grew more acute. Conclusion. The failure of Clinton's Middle East policy was reflected in the rise in terrorist attacks directed against the United States during the 1990s. The callous disregard for Iraqi and Kurdish life, double standards on human rights, stationing military bases in Saudi Arabia, support for dictatorial governments, the vendetta against Iran and favoring of Israel were all key factors fueling the militancy giving rise to attacks like the suicide bombing of the USS Cole on October 12, 2000. Stephen Meyer of Washington's National Defense University wrote accurately that the administration can't simply and arrogantly dismiss these attacks as the work of a few vicious malcontents who simply do not understand our good intentions in the Middle East. 118 Rather they should be understood as a form of blowback against America's neocolonialist policies, efforts to dominate the region militarily and incessant arms provision. Osama bin Laden, the head of the Al-Qaeda network which carried out the USS Cole attack, charged that ever since Operation Desert Storm, the United States had been occupying the lands of Islam in the holiest of places, the Arabian Peninsula, plundering its riches, dictating to its rulers, humiliating its people, terrorizing its neighbors, and turning its bases in the peninsula into a spearhead through which to fight the neighboring Muslim people. To put an end to this intolerable situation, bin Laden now declared it an individual duty for every Muslim to kill American soldiers and civilians alike. Evicting foreign armies from all the lands of Islam and liberating the Muslim holy sites in Mecca and Jerusalem required and justified violence. 119 These comments provided a stunning rebuke to Clinton's foreign policy approach and that of his predecessors in the Middle East. Their primary legacy was the ignition of a civilizational war by humiliating the Muslim people and trampling on their rights, leaving Americans more vulnerable to terrorism in the process, and putting the nation on a permanent war footing, which would contribute to the decline of its democratic structures. Chapter 9. Clinton's War on Terror. On September 13, 1995, U.S. agents helped kidnap Talat Fuad Qasem, one of Egypt's most wanted terrorists, in Croatia. Qasem had fled to Europe after being linked by Egypt to the assassination of former Egyptian President Anwar Sadat, for which he had been sentenced to death in absentia. Croatian police seized Qasem in Zagreb and handed him over to U.S. agents, who interrogated him aboard a ship cruising the Adriatic Sea and then took him back to Egypt, then ruled by Hosni Mubarak, a very close ally of the U.S. Once in Egypt, Qasem disappeared. There is no record that he was ever put on trial. Hassam el-Hamali, an Egyptian journalist who covers human rights issues, said, "We believe he was executed." A more elaborate rendition operation was staged in Tirana, Albania, in the summer of 1998. According to the Wall Street Journal, the CIA provided the Albanian intelligence service with equipment to wiretap the phones of suspected Muslim militants. Tapes of the conversations were translated into English, whereupon U.S. agents discovered that they contained lengthy discussions with Ayman al-Zawahiri, bin Laden's deputy. The U.S. pressured Egypt for assistance. In June, Egypt issued an arrest warrant for Shaki Salama Ataya, one of the militants. Over the next few months, according to the journal, Albanian security forces working with U.S. agents killed one suspect and captured Ataya and 4 others. These men were bound, blindfolded, and taken to an abandoned airbase, then flown by jet to Cairo for interrogation. Ataya later alleged that he suffered electrical shocks to his genitals, was hung from his limbs, and was kept in a cell in filthy water up to his knees. 2 other suspects, who had been sentenced to death in absentia, were hanged. 1. The above operations marked the origins of the extraordinary rendition program that became infamous during the Bush administration's War on Terror. Under this latter program, American agents would kidnap terrorist suspects and transport them to allied countries in the Middle East where it was known that they would be tortured or executed. Contrary to criticism of Bill Clinton for being soft on terrorism and the Neville Chamberlain of his generation who appeased Al-Qaeda and allowed the 9/11 attacks to happen to, the Clinton administration raised the FBI's counterterrorism budget by 283% from $78 million in 1993 to $301 million in 1999, increasing the number of agents assigned to counterterrorism from 550 to 1,383, and overall counterterrorism spending by 40% in its last 4 years to $9.3 billion in 2000.3. The Clinton administration further helped lay the groundwork for Bush-era policies through the adoption of rendition, drone surveillance, sanctions directed against alleged state sponsors of terrorism, bombing attacks targeting terrorist training camps, and even assassination. 4. In December 1996, Richard Barnett wrote in The Nation magazine that Clinton's war on terrorism was being used not only to unite the country behind a confused foreign policy but to polish the president's image. At the Democratic convention in August, Clinton had thundered against so-called rogue states that were out to spread panic and destruction in the United States, then subsequently proclaimed U.S. missile attacks on Iraq to be a courageous blow against terrorism, and called upon members at the UN General Assembly to isolate states that refuse to play by the rules we have all accepted for civilized behavior, recasting himself as leader of the so-called civilized world. 5. This all prefigured the rhetoric and strategy of George W. Bush and other post-9/11 leaders, marking Clinton as an important bridge figure between the Reagan-Bush I era and Bush II Obama-Trump-Biden eras, including in helping to condition the American public to accept heavy-handed, unlawful and often dubious foreign policy methods. Fighting the depraved opponents of civilization. As the Cold War reached exhaustion in the 1970s and 1980s, another threat to national security emerged which could be used to rally the American public in support of military spending and interventions: terrorism. The Clinton administration extended the Reagan-era's popular First War on Terrorism that was used to justify the expansion of U.S. military power in the Middle East, including regime change operations targeting U.S. adversaries like Libya's leader, Muammar Gaddafi. The cornerstone of Reagan's War on Terror was the Counterterrorism Center, headed initially by Dewey Claridge of Iran-Contra fame, who recruited 25 of the CIA's most aggressive field officers, including Robert Baer. The CTC had a mandate to intercept and sabotage terrorist supplies, carry out surveillance, disrupt their finances and mount preemptive and retaliatory strikes. Foreshadowing later abuses, coercive interrogation methods were adopted and there was an executive authorization to kidnap suspects and return them to the United States. 6. Claire Sterling's 1981 book, The Terror Network, helped shape public thinking on terrorism, arguing that it occurred mostly in democratic societies and their allies and was perpetrated by Arab terrorists and the Soviet KGB. The Soviets had financed Palestinian Liberation Organization training camps in Czechoslovakia in the late 1960s, though funding was cut thereafter and there was little actual evidence the Soviets officially backed any terrorist operations by the PLO or by left-wing groups such as the Baader-Meinhof Gang and Italian Red Brigades. 7 Several terrorist incidents attributed to left-wing groups were later uncovered to have actually been black flag operations orchestrated by Western intelligence services with the goal of discrediting the left. A car bomb in Beirut in 1985 that killed 80 people and wounded 256 was traced by journalist Bob Woodward to a senior Saudi official and CIA Director Bill Casey. 8. Reagan set another dangerous precedent on April 14, 1986, by bombing Libya, which was accused of carrying out a major terrorist attack without evidence of its guilt. The Pentagon purported to have communications intercepts linking Muammar Gaddafi, considered the daddy warbucks of terrorism, to the bombing of a West Berlin discotheque which killed 3 American servicemen and wounded 229 others. The chief of the anti-terrorism police in Berlin, however, said the police had no hard evidence, let alone proof. Evidence brought forward at the trial of one of the alleged plotters revealed the existence of a CIA informant who paid the bombers $30,000 to carry out the attack. 9. Al-Qaeda declares war on America with the complicity of the Clinton administration. The war on terror of the 1990s targeted the Al-Qaeda network, which emerged during the 1980s. U.S. supported holy war against the Soviet Union in Afghanistan. Once the Soviets had been expelled, Al-Qaeda focused on countering American colonization of the Middle East, while aiming to re-establish an Islamic empire. Founder Osama bin Laden, the son of a wealthy Saudi construction magnate and financier of the Afghan Mujahideen, was angered by America's stationing of military bases on Muslim holy ground in Saudi Arabia during the First Gulf War, the retention of Saddam Hussein in power in Iraq combined with devastating U.S. bombing and sanctions on that country, and by American support for Israeli violence in its occupied territories and in Lebanon. 10. In a prelude to the 9/11 terrorist attacks, bin Laden began launching terrorist attacks against U.S. installations, starting with the 1992 bombing of a Yemeni hotel where U.S. troops headed to Somalia were supposed to have been stationed. A year later, Al-Qaeda operatives detonated a bomb in a basement garage in the World Trade Center in New York, killing 6 people and injuring 1,042 others. The alleged mastermind of the attack, Sheikh Omar Abdel Rahman, had been a valued CIA asset in the Afghan war against the Soviets and in recruiting Mujahideen for the war in Bosnia, and had slipped into the U.S. with CIA protection. 11. Some of the other terrorists involved in the plot had contacts with Oklahoma City bomber Terry Nichols, a suspected U.S. government agent, and were trained by Ali Mohammed, a one-time CIA asset and double agent inside Al-Qaeda who illegally fought against the Soviets in Afghanistan while on active U.S. military duty and was curiously protected from prosecution by the CIA as one of 118 unindicted co-conspirators in the World Trade Center attack. 12. The FBI had infiltrated the terrorist cell that carried out the attack and had a plan to substitute fake powder in the bomb and arrest the perpetrators, but never did. Jack Bloom, an investigator of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, had complained that one of the big problems here is that many suspects of the World Trade Center bombing were associated with the Mujahideen. And there are components of our government that are absolutely disinterested in following that path because it leads back to people we supported in the Afghan war. 13. In November 1995, Al-Qaeda struck a facility in Riyadh where Americans were training the Saudi National Guard. It was also suspected of being behind the June 1996 bombing of an apartment complex in Khobar, Saudi Arabia near the Aramco oil headquarters of Dhahran, which left 19 U.S. Air Force officers dead. Ben Laden said that the explosion resulted from America's colonization of Saudi Arabia and because of American behavior against Muslims, its support of Jews in Palestine and of the massacres of Muslims in Palestine and Lebanon, of Sabra and Shatila and Qana, and of the Sharm el-Sheikh Conference 14. On August 7, 1998, Al-Qaeda bombed the U.S. embassies in Nairobi, Kenya, and Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, killing 224 people, and injuring 5,000 more. According to National Security Agency whistleblower Thomas Drake, the NSA's chop chain of senior leaders had failed to disseminate significant intelligence that might have prevented the attacks. The NSA had been monitoring Al-Qaeda's Yemen hub for 2 years and were hence aware of kills made by one of the bombers, Mohammed al-Ohali, but did not alert the FBI or CIA or even the State Department, possibly in order to protect members of the Al-Qaeda network who had done covert work for U.S. government agencies. 15. In his book, The War on Truth, 9/11, Disinformation, and the Anatomy of Terrorism, British-based researcher Nafeez Mossadegh Ahmed points to the existence of a secret CIA agreement with Ben Laden Lieutenant Ayman al-Zawahiri, by which Zawahiri agreed not to attack U.S. forces in the Balkans in exchange for U.S. government acquiescence to al-Qaeda terrorist attacks in the Middle East and North Africa, and efforts to overthrow the Mubarak government in Egypt. 16. In October 2000, alleged al-Qaeda operatives struck the USS Cole, a billion-dollar guided missile naval destroyer equipped with computer-linked radar that was refueling in the Yemeni port of Aden. Blowing a hole 20 feet high and 40 feet wide in the Cole's hull, the attack killed 17 U.S. sailors, and injured 39. The USS Cole was supposed to be impenetrable, with 70 tons of armor shielding its vital spaces, and a hull capable of withstanding an explosion of 51,000 pounds per square inch. 17. Afterwards, CIA Director George Tenet, according to newly uncovered documents, pressured for the release from a Yemeni prison of one of the alleged masterminds of the attack, Anwar al-Awlaki, who was then a protected CIA asset. 18. If the bombing of the USS Cole was a false flag incident, its purpose was to create a pretext for wider U.S. military intervention in the Middle East and the suspension of constitutional principles. Al-Qaeda's motive for the attack, on the other hand, appears to have been to lure the U.S. into a destructive military invasion of Afghanistan, the traditional graveyard of empires, where Ben Laden was based after moving from Sudan. Clinton, to his credit, did not take the bait and stood up to military demands to launch air strikes in Afghanistan after the bombing of the USS Cole. Clinton said that he did not think it would be responsible for a president to launch an invasion of another country just based on a preliminary judgment. 19. Providing a new moral purpose for U.S. foreign policy. Islamic terrorism arrived at the right time, coinciding with the end of the Cold War. It provided a new moral purpose under cover of which the U.S. expanded American military power in the Middle East and Central Asia, where the world's largest untapped oil resources lay. 20. During the 1992 election campaign, Clinton said that he wanted strong Special Forces operations forces to deal with the terrorist threats. 21. Treating the 1993 World Trade Center bombing American Samoa a criminal matter, Clinton, with time, changed his tune to move along lines suggested by House Speaker Newt Gingrich, who said that every time we have any display of weakness, any display of timidity, there are people on the planet eager to take advantage of us. 22. Clinton effectively framed the struggle against terrorism in apocalyptic and morally righteous terms, which helped condition the public to accept a more aggressive, militarized response. In a speech at George Washington University in August 1996, Clinton characterized terrorism as the enemy of our generation and said we would prevail if we maintained our confidence and our leadership as the world's indispensable force for peace and freedom. 23. Seeking to mobilize popular support in the manner of World War II, Clinton subsequently characterized terrorism as part of an unholy axis with drug traffickers and organized criminals that threatened open societies, and went on to state that although fascism and communism are dead or discredited, the forces of hatred and intolerance live on. The challenge of the 1990s, he intoned, was ethnic violence, religious strife, terrorism which sought to spread darkness over light, disintegration over integration, chaos over community. 24. Clinton said in another address that he believed that threats of the modern era represented a clash between the forces of the past and the forces of the future, between those who tear down and those who build up, between hope and fear, chaos and community. America, he told the nation in 1998, was a target of terrorism not because its foreign policies had enflamed people in the Arab world but because we are leaders, because we act to advance peace, democracy, and basic human values, because we're the most open society on earth, and because, as we have shown yet again, we take an uncompromising stand against terrorism. 25. These comments exemplify Clinton's reaffirmation of American exceptionalism combined with a depoliticization and dehumanization of those resisting it whom Clinton called hate-filled cowards. 26. All this helped engender public support for a militarized response. Limiting personal freedom, the Oklahoma City bombing and 1996 anti-terrorism bill. After the 1993 World Trade Center bombing, the CTC established a 24/7 task force to collect intelligence and the NSA ramped up its telephone intercept network. 27. Clinton was quoted in USA Today stating that we can't be so fixated on our desire to preserve the rights of ordinary Americans. Subsequently he stated on MTV that a lot of people may think there's too much personal freedom. When personal freedom's being abused, you have to move to limit it. 28. In line with this view, Clinton proposed a new Homeland Defense Force that would allow the U.S. military to police its citizens. With the threat of terrorism replacing that of the Soviet Union, the Doomsday Project designed to give secret powers to the White House for anything considered an emergency was also preserved. 29. On April 19, 1995, the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City was bombed in the largest act of domestic terrorism on U.S. soil. 168 people were killed and over 670 injured. Timothy McVeigh, a disgruntled Persian Gulf War veteran, was accused of carrying out the attack to avenge the government's massacre of innocent people in a botched raid at Ruby Ridge and on the Branch Davidian compound in Waco, Texas in 1993. A year after the Oklahoma City bombing, Clinton signed the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act, which provided a $500 million windfall for the FBI and curtailed habeas corpus rights by empowering the Secretary of State with the ability to establish a list of foreign terrorist organizations. The government now had the right to determine the legality of political movements in violation of the First Amendment, according to the American Civil Liberties Union. Author David Hoffman wrote that the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act, which was introduced by then-Senator Joe Biden, gutted the First, Fourth, Sixth, and Eighth Amendments to the Constitution, the framework for an entrenched police state, and the federal government full power to target anybody deemed a threat to its authority. 30. Clinton aggressively promoted the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act when it was being held up in Congress, arguing that the tools we need to fight terrorism have been shoved into a dark corner of the House of Representatives by an alliance of extremists on the left and right. 31. First proposed by CIA officer Theodore Shackley, the act included clauses to deport terrorists, to limit the right to appeal of death row inmates, to allow no-knock searches and expand the use of wiretaps and illegally seized evidence for use in court. It further permitted federal and local police agencies to trace financial information without obtaining evidence of a crime and for the military to intervene in domestic situations deemed a national security threat, while establishing a new FBI counterterrorism center with 1,000 new anti-terrorist agents and providing a $66 million windfall for the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. 32. Section 328 amended the Foreign Assistance Act to bolster assistance in the form of arms and ammunition to certain countries for the purpose of fighting terrorism. This led in 1997 to the creation of a secret eyes-only liaison agreement between the CTC and Saudi Arabia, followed by a subsequent CIA agreement in 1999 with Uzbekistan. 33. In June 2001, McVeigh was executed after being found guilty of masterminding the Oklahoma City bombing along with accomplice Terry Nichols. However, military explosives experts stated that the crudely constructed bomb linked to McVeigh that was detonated in a Ryder truck could only have torn the flooring from a few floors in the Murrah building. Many eyewitnesses heard 2 explosions, and a former CIA agent on the scene, Joe Harp, said he smelled sulfur, indicating daisy cutter bombs used by the U.S. Army in Vietnam. Local news media reported unexploded bombs located in the Murrah building. The FBI at the time had infiltrated provocateurs into the Elohim Ranch outside Oklahoma City, a mecca for radical white nationalists. McVeigh was believed to be one of these infiltrators who may have been set up as a patsy as part of his last Army assignment along with Nichols, McVeigh's old Army buddy, who met with Islamic terrorist groups that had been infiltrated by U.S. intelligence in the Philippines. 34. Back to the bad old days? Following the 1998 embassy bombing in Tanzania, President Clinton signed a secret intelligence finding authorizing the CIA to use covert means to disrupt and preempt Osama bin Laden's operations. 35 The Clinton administration subsequently doubled the counterterrorism budget and tripled the resources allocated to the FBI and CTC while permanently stationing 2 LA-class submarines in Middle Eastern waters in preparation to launch missile attacks that could take out bin Laden or other terrorist suspects. 36 The Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act was utilized to engage in over 5,000 operations during the Clinton administration, entailing an expansion of government surveillance and carrying out of government searches without a warrant. Critics feared that the FBI had successfully exploited the evolving situation to claw back powers that had been surrendered in the wake of the Church investigation of its COINTELPRO operations. A White House official noted, "If FBI infiltrators were put into every militia, it would be back to the bad old days." 37. In May 1998, the Clinton administration drafted PDD 62 Protection Against Unconventional Threats to the Homeland and Americans Overseas, which emphasized the administration's zero-tolerance approach to international terrorism and vowed to use multilateral and bilateral initiatives to eliminate sanctuaries, penalize states that sponsor terrorism, and assist friendly states victimized by terrorism. George Tenet said in 1998, 3 years before September 11, "We are at war." 38. The new war necessitated a new investment in bioterrorism training and equipment, stockpiling of pharmaceuticals and expanding research into antibiotics and vaccines capable of treating anthrax and the plague, along with other drugs capable of offsetting chemical attacks. $30 million was also invested in a new cybersecurity program, along with $312 million in aviation security. 39. At this time, a senior director for counterterrorism and national counterterrorism czar, Richard Clarke, was appointed to head the expanded counterterrorism infrastructure. A close friend of Israeli officials known as a bureaucratic pile driver, Clarke was a throwback to the CIA's action faction. In his view, the current generation of CIA officers had overlearned the lessons of the 1960s and 1980s that covert action is risky and likely to blow up in your face. 40. With the support of a president with long CIA ties, the agency ran a covert operation in Afghanistan to recruit and train tribal elements who had been part of the Northern Alliance to capture or kill bin Laden and fight the Taliban. 41 Military bases were provided as launching points for these efforts by the Tajik government, headed by the brutal autocrat Emomali Rahman. 42 In a reflection of the egregious double standards of Clinton's war on terror, British journalist Robert Fisk referred to the Northern Alliance as a gang of terrorists, a loose confederacy of warlords, patriots, rapists, and torturers who control a northern sliver of Afghanistan, and have done their fair share of massacres on home turf. 43. Head of Alex Station Richard Blee and fellow CIA agent Kofor Black provided over $200,000 per month and communications equipment to Tajik warlord Ahmet Shah Massoud, the Lion of Panjshir, who had won acclaim for his guerrilla fighting exploits against the Soviets. 44 The State Department distrusted Massoud because he was an enemy of Pakistan, a regional ally whose intelligence services supported the Taliban. Massoud had also signed an agreement with the Argentine rival of the Union Oil Company of California, which had been pushing for a pipeline project through Afghanistan, with U.S. backing, that would bypass Russia and Iran. 45. On Christmas Eve 1998, Clinton approved a memorandum drafted by National Security Council advisor Sandy Berger and CIA Director George Tenet that would allow the killing of bin Laden if the CIA and the locals judged that capture was not feasible, a judgment that, according to the 9/11 Commission report, had already been reached. The Clinton administration's position was that under the laws of armed conflict, killing a person who posed an imminent threat to the United States would be an act of self-defense. 46. This measure was significant in setting the groundwork for 21st century foreign policies and the drone war, in which assassination became an accepted method for fighting terrorism. Targeting alleged state sponsors of terrorism while supporting terrorist states. Clinton's state-centric approach was evident in the Clinton-era national security strategy documents, which designated state sponsors of terrorism as rogue states. The Iran and Libya Sanctions Act of 1996, signed by Clinton, imposed economic sanctions on firms doing business with Iran and Libya. 47. The goal was to weaken the two countries' economies and cause disaffection with the existing regimes, prompting the people to rise up in rebellion, and to weaken military preparedness by blocking the sale of spare parts needed by their air forces. Speaking at George Washington University on the day ILSA was signed, Clinton said that, "You cannot do business with countries that practice commerce with you by day while funding or protecting the terrorists who kill you and your innocent civilians by night. That is wrong. I hope and expect that before long our allies will come around to accepting this fundamental truth." Iran's real crime was defiance of the U.S.-led world order. The country's leaders were accused of numerous terrorist attacks where the evidence against them was thin, including the 1996 bombing of Khobar Towers in Saudi Arabia, which Al-Qaeda appears to have been behind. 48. Libyan ruler Muammar Gaddafi was a long-standing target of U.S. regime change because, after overthrowing the pro-Western King Idris in 1969, he had closed a major U.S. air base, nationalized Libya's oil industry, and supported African liberation movements and the Palestinian resistance. The Clinton administration emphasized Gaddafi's responsibility for the December 1988 bombing of Pan Am Flight 803 over Lockerbie, Scotland, which had killed all 243 passengers along with 16 crew members and 11 Lockerbie residents. However, the case against Libyan intelligence officer Abdelbasset al-Megrahi, who was implicated, relied on forensics evidence that proved to be false and on an unreliable Libyan defector. 49. The NSA obtained top-secret electronic intercepts which demonstrated that Tehran had commissioned a Palestinian guerrilla group, the PFLP, to down the Pan Am flight in retaliation for the USS Vincennes shooting down an Iranian Airbus in July 1988. 50. An alternative theory holds that the bomb that took down the aircraft was introduced by an unwitting drug mule in a CIA-protected suitcase, and was planted to silence 3 members of the CIA's Beirut station who had key evidence about a drug smuggling operation connected to Iran-Contra. 51. In its effort to overthrow Gaddafi, the CIA covertly supported Islamic fundamentalists, some of whom were later empowered after the 2011 U.S. NATO military invasion of Libya under cover of the UN's Responsibility to Protect initiative. While Clinton's war on terror publicly denounced terrorism where it served U.S. interests, it nonetheless entered into alliances with brutal regimes whose leaders committed acts of state terrorism, negotiating, for example, a secret intelligence sharing liaison with Uzbekistan, whose president, Islam Karimov, had jailed and executed thousands of political opponents and even boiled some of the latter alive. After surviving an assassination attempt, Karimov's security forces carried out draconian sweeps, which he justified as part of a crackdown on bin Laden's allies. The CIA subsequently began funding and training a counter-terrorism strike force which could carry out snatch operations against bin Laden and his lieutenants. Karimov allowed the CIA and NSA to install monitoring equipment designed to intercept Taliban and Al-Qaeda communications, and made air bases available to the CIA for transit and helicopter operations and some drone flights. 52. A war crime, Clinton Sudan strike. The failure of Clinton's war on terror was apparent in the bombing of the Al-Shifa pharmaceutical plant in Khartoum, Sudan's capital. The plant was alleged to have manufactured chemical weapons for use in possible terror attacks, though actually possessed vital medicines which were needed by the local population. The bombing occurred on August 20, 1998, during Clinton's impeachment trial, and a few weeks after the bombing of the U.S. embassies in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, and Nairobi, Kenya by bin Laden's al-Qaeda network. The Sudanese government of Omar al-Bashir had been slapped with U.S. sanctions at the time as a state sponsor of terrorism. However, Sudan had expelled Osama bin Laden at U.S. urging and offered to provide its extensive intelligence file on him and his terrorist network to the U.S. and to cooperate with U.S. counter-terrorism investigations in Sudan in exchange for the normalization of U.S.-Sudan relations. The offer was sent through a Democratic Party donor, Mansour Ijaz, though was rebuffed, it is believed, because Clinton was enmeshed in too many scandals and did not want to be seen as currying favors for a party donor or perhaps for larger geostrategic motives. The U.S. had long supported secessionist rebels in the oil-rich South in an attempt to destabilize the country and undermine Bashir's Islamist government. 53. Treasured by the Sudan government as the pride of Africa after its opening in June 1997, the Al-Shifa factory had provided over 50% of Sudan's medicines, including 90% of the most critically needed drugs. Government subsidies enabled free distribution to Sudan's poor. Recently, the factory had received authorization to provide badly needed medicines to Iraq, which may have prompted its bombing. 54 Scattered throughout the wreckage were thousands of packs of antibiotics, empty glass bottles and containers filled with veterinary medicines. Sudan was subsequently left without supplies of chloroquine, the standard treatment for malaria. 55. Germany's then ambassador to Sudan, Werner Dahm, estimated that the destruction of the Al-Shifa plant led to thousands of deaths, though reliable data has never been amassed. Jonathan Belker reported in the Boston Globe that, without the life-saving medicine it produced, Sudan's death toll from the bombing has continued to quietly rise. This factory provided affordable medicine for humans and all the locally available veterinary medicine in Sudan, and produced 90% of Sudan's major pharmaceutical products. Sanctions against Sudan make it impossible to import adequate amounts of medicines required to cover the serious gap left by the plant's destruction. Thus, tens of thousands of people, many of them children, have suffered and died from malaria, tuberculosis, and other treatable diseases. 56. The CIA claimed, based on analysis of a soil sample found outside it, that Al-Shifa manufactured chemicals used in the production of deadly nerve gas had been financed by bin Laden. After the bombing, Clinton described the plant as an imminent threat to our national security. National Security Advisor Sandy Berger stated, "Let me be very clear about this. This was a plant that was producing chemical warfare-related weapons, and we have physical evidence of that fact." 57. A classified review by the Defense Intelligence Agency, however, concluded that the decision to bomb the factory was based on bad data, poor science, and a faulty intelligence process. 58. The CIA tests of the soil sample were never verified by an independent laboratory, and it turned out that the CIA had mistaken Roundup, a common legal herbicide, for EMTA, a precursor for making VX nerve gas. The CIA informant who gathered the sample was a Tunisian who had links to the Sudanese People's Liberation Army, which was trying to overthrow the Sudanese government, and had been caught lying to the CIA in the past. The Clinton administration also never verified previous UN inspection reports. 59. The plant's owner, Salad Idris, said he had never met bin Laden. 60. An independent fact-finding mission led by former Attorney General Ramsey Clark determined that the plant was solely a medicine factory, whose bombing followed the definition of a war crime. Donald Peterson, the American ambassador to Sudan from 1992 to 1995, said that the bombing of the Al-Shifa plant was a mistake. The administration failed to produce conclusive evidence that chemical weapons were being made at the pharmaceutical factory. The administration had grounds for suspicion, but to commit an act of war, which the missile attack was, the evidence should have been more ironclad. 61 Peterson's successor, Ambassador Tim Carney, further admitted that the decision to target al-Shifa continues a tradition of operating on inadequate intelligence about Sudan. 62 Afterwards, the Clinton administration characteristically blocked any investigation. Attack on the Afghan people. The Sudan strike came on the same day, August 20, 1998, as the launching of 79 GPS-guided cruise missiles from U.S. naval vessels in the Red and Arabian Seas aimed at an al-Qaeda training camp in Kos southeast of Kabul. The camp was described by Secretary of Defense William Cohen as a terrorist university. The missiles, which cost about $750,000 each, were intended as retaliation for the bombing of the U.S. embassies in Kenya and Tanzania 13 days earlier and were accompanied by the use of cluster munitions. 63. Clinton wrote in his memoir that most of the missiles hit the target, but bin Laden was not in the camp, where the CIA thought he would be hit when missiles hit it. Some reports said he had left the camp only a couple of hours earlier, but we never knew for sure. Several people associated with al-Qaeda were killed, as were some Pakistani officers who were reported to be there to train Kashmiri terrorists. 64 Sandy Berger, Clinton's national security advisor, falsely claimed that 20 or 30 al-Qaeda operatives were killed when in fact 6 were killed, a Saudi, an Egyptian, an Uzbek and 3 Yemenis, along with 28 others. 65. According to General Hamid Gul, former head of the Pakistani intelligence services, more than half of the missiles fell in Pakistani territory, killing 2 Pakistani citizens and prompting the Pakistani government to take violations of its air and space to the UN Security Council. 66 Two military analysts concluded that the number of missiles fired compared to the type of targets selected and the damage wrought was out of proportion. 67. Mullah Omar, the Taliban's leader, said that the failed Khost attack ended any chances for dialogue between the Clinton administration and Taliban, as the U.S. had encroached on Afghan territory without any justification or proof, violated the accepted international norms, was regarded not just as an attack targeting Osama bin Laden but as an attack on the entire Afghan people. The U.S. has shown the world that it is the leader of terrorism in the world. This was a big mistake the U.S. has made. It will be held responsible for any negative repercussions of this mistake. 68. These negative repercussions included transforming bin Laden into a celebrated figure of resistance wherever America, with its narcissistic culture and the majestic presence of its military forces, made itself unwelcome, as journalist Lawrence Wright put it. Children even in Kenya and Tanzania were afterwards spotted wearing bin Laden t-shirts. 69. Extraordinary rendition, a new boom industry for the CIA. Historian James D. Boyce defined extraordinary rendition as the transfer without formal charges, trial, or court approval of a person suspected of being a terrorist or supporter of a terrorist group to a foreign nation for imprisonment and interrogation on behalf of the transferring nation. 70 Ronald Reagan was the first U.S. president to adopt the practice when he tried to render the Palestinian hijackers of the Akil Loro in October 1985, and later ensnared Fawaz Yunus, who had led a team of hijackers that took control of Royal Jordanian Flight 402 at Beirut International Airport. 71. Bill Clinton expanded rendition under the advice of Al Gore, who dismissed White House counsel Lloyd Cutler's objection that it violated international law. According to Richard Clark, Gore told Clinton, "That's a no-brainer. Of course it's a violation of international law, that's why it's a covert action. The guy is a terrorist. Go grab his ass." 72 Providing a boom industry for the CIA, suspects under the rendition program were arrested and brought to the U.S. to face criminal trial in a process that Sandy Berger claimed took on a new art form. The most prominent captive was Ramzi Youssef, who was arrested by Pakistani intelligence in room 16 of the Sukasa guest house in Islamabad, handed over to U.S. authorities in February 1995, tried in Southern District Court of New York and jailed for life for involvement in 1993 World Trade Center bombing. 73. A 1996 NSS document specified that since Clinton came to office in 1993, more terrorists been arrested and extradited to the US than during the totality of the previous 3 administrations. 74 Clinton personally approved every internationally illegal snatch that he was asked to review during his presidency. 75 PDD 39 signed by Clinton in June 1995 put in place a mechanism for covertly expelling suspected terrorists to nations with poor human rights records, including Jordan, Syria, Morocco, and Egypt. 76 CIA officer Michael Scheuer, who helped craft the program, explained that the goal was to get belligerents off the street by turning them over to Arab tyrannies. 77. The worst of these tyrannies was Egypt's Hosni Mubarak, who kept thousands of Muslim Brotherhood members in administrative detention along with other civil society activists as part of a determined war against Islamic jihadists. 78 CIA agent Robert Baer noted half sarcastically that if you want a serious interrogation, send them to Jordan; if you want them to be tortured, send them to Syria; if you want someone to disappear never to see them again, send them to Egypt. 79. Soon Egypt became a hub for rendition under Clinton, receiving 11 alleged militants from 1995 through 2000. 80 Edward Walker, the U.S. ambassador to Egypt at the time, said that the Egyptian security authorities gave assurance that the suspects would have a fair trial and wouldn't be tortured, a premise scoffed at by Scheuer, who stated, if you accepted an assurance from any of the Arab tyrannies who are our allies that they weren't going to torture someone, I have got a bridge for you to buy. 81. Political scientist Jason Brownlee observed that extraordinary rendition spawned a generation of militants. Ayman al-Zawahiri, bin Laden's top deputy, conveyed to the Americans that al-Qaeda had received the message, and a reply is currently being written. We hope that they read it well, as, God willing, we will write it in the language they understand. 3 days later, 2 truck bombs struck the U.S. embassies in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam. The drone, a secret weapon in the war on terror. The Clinton administration was the first to actively incorporate drones into the front lines of U.S. military deployments and to recognize their potential as a reconnaissance platform and later as a delivery mechanism for deadly munitions. Drone technology had been tested in World War I and World War II and was adopted on a limited scale by the U.S. military in the Korean and Vietnam Wars. In the late 1970s and 1980s, the Blue Brothers, who bought over General Atomics, helped pioneer the use of the armed drone, while the technology was further developed by Israeli entrepreneur Abe Karam, the Moses of modern drones, whose Leading Systems Corporation became part of a $40 million Pentagon Black project to develop its unmanned aerial vehicle technology. 82. When Clinton became president, his CIA director James Woolsey, wanting to have more eyes in the sky, flew to California to inspect Karam's latest projects and bought 5 Nats while offering the CIA's expertise to help General Atomics expedite the development of even more high-tech machines. 83. In record time, General Atomics prototypes were then approved for deployment in the Balkan Wars, flying classified missions from the Jadar airfield in Albania, where the pilot sat with several enlisted payload specialists inside a sealed, unmarked van while video images were relayed to Woolsey, who could communicate with them back in Langley, Virginia. 84. At the time, a debate broke out between those who favored using the drone for traditional intelligence collections, and others who argued that it would be a powerful weapon if it was integrated into what military officers sometimes called the kill chain. 85. After the bombing of the U.S. embassies in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam in August 1998, the Pentagon considered placing a giant, hidden telescope on an Afghan mountain in the hope of spotting al-Qaeda's gaunt leader. An alternative solution was found in the Predator, which could not only help find him, but could laser illuminate his location so Tomahawk cruise missiles could be launched from a submarine in the Gulf. 86. Richard Clark was a major enthusiast for these latter operations, which he would help command in the flight center, often in the wee hours of the night. Journalist Steve Call described Clark and the rest of the flight crew as like a secret society of video game junkies, role players in a futuristic scenario, well aware of their role in pioneering a kind of technical espionage that Hollywood might promote. They sipped coffee and talked to their pilot. Look at that truck. The truck looks like the one he used. Follow that truck. One participant remembered, it was very much the OJ thing with a helicopter following a car down the Freeway 87. The first unarmed, remotely piloted aircraft crossed into Afghanistan on September 7, 2000, from 2 secret drone bases in Uzbekistan in a mission Clinton authorized. Over the next few weeks, the Predator made 10 successful flights into the country, and on September 25, 2000, it apparently found bin Laden. Circling high and unseen above Tarnak farms near Kandahar, the Predator fed back live pictures of a tall, white-robed man surrounded by a security detail. According to one senior Pentagon official with close knowledge of the operation, in total Al-Qaeda's leader was directly observed by the CIA's drones for 4 hours and 23 minutes over a number of missions. 88. Showing the bin Laden video to the Secretary and Chief of Staff of the Air Force, the CIA recommended using a Hellfire, a lightweight anti-tank missile that could be laser-guided onto its target quick, black, and dirty. 89. Even though the strike was called off, the rush was now on to use the Predator not just as for spying but also as an assassination tool. Double standards and a failed destiny. The double standards of Clinton's war on terrorism were seen in places like Baku, Azerbaijan, where Richard Secord, Henny Aderholt, and other veterans of the secret war in Laos turned up under the cover of Mega Oil to set up an airline on the model of Air America to ferry in Mujahideen fighters, who provided the muscle for a coup that reoriented the former Soviet province to the west and ensured an $8 billion contract for a consortium of companies led by British Petroleum. 90. Bin Laden subsequently established an NGO in Baku, which became a base for jihadi operations against Dagestan and Chechnya in Russia, and a transshipment point for Afghan heroin to the Chechen Mafia. 91. Ex-FBI agent Ali Sufan noted that U.S. foreign policy empowered Muslim jihadists in Bosnia, Afghanistan, Chechnya, Qatar, and Pakistan. 92. Much like after the Bay of Pigs in Cuba, the CIA often protected former assets linked to criminal actions, including Al-Qaeda organizer Ali Abdelzayed Mohammed, who had trained Afghan Mujahideen fighters as part of a CIA effort to establish a pro-Pakistani regime in Kabul. Mohammed came to the U.S. on a visa waiver program designed to shield those who have performed valuable services for the country and was subsequently connected to the 1993 World Trade Center bombing that killed 6 people and injured 1,000. For a time, he was an instructor at the Al-Kifa Training Center in Brooklyn, which was set up by bin Laden's mentor, Abdullah Azzam, another CIA-connected Mujahideen veteran, to train jihadists for conflicts in Bosnia and Yemen. 93. In 1993, Mohammed was inexplicably released from RCMP custody in Vancouver as a result of the intervention of San Francisco FBI agent John Zant, even though Mohammed had come in order to smuggle another wanted terrorist into the U.S. 5 years later. Mohammed was arrested for his role in the Nairobi embassy bombing. 94. Shedding further light on Clinton's purported war on terror was the U.S. regional alliance with Gulf monarchies such as the United Arab Emirates and Qatar, whose Minister of Religious Endowments, Sheikh Abdullah bin Khalid Al Thani, was known to harbor Islamists loyal to bin Laden. A plan to capture future 9/11 planner Khalid Sheikh Mohammed was nixed ostensibly due to the White House negotiating an important Air Force basing agreement with Qatar. 95. That the Clinton administration was engaged in a war on terror rather than facilitating terror was further undermined by its extending its alliance with Pakistan, whose intelligence services supported Islamic fundamentalists in Uzbekistan. 96. Along with the Taliban, the latter were valued as a hedge against Pakistan's chief geopolitical rival, India, and for helping them to enhance their trade links with Central Asia. 97. Pakistan had become a haven for Islamic fundamentalism during the regime of Zia al-Haq, who had been supported by Ronald Reagan as a proxy assisting it in carrying out the anti-Soviet war in Afghanistan. 98. The Clinton administration followed suit by easing aid restrictions and went forward with military training programs in part because Pakistan was the third largest foreign buyer of American wheat. 99. The reality of Clinton's war on terror was most illuminated by the U.S. alliance with Saudi Arabia. Though bin Laden had been expelled from Saudi Arabia and opposed the decision to allow for U.S. military bases on its soil, The Saudi royal family continued to support him covertly and was a major donor to Al-Qaeda, as it spent at least $87 billion over several decades to propagate Wahhabism abroad. 100 Saudi royal family money was behind the Islamic Relief Organization, which supported Sunni terrorists in Southeast Asia, Chechnya, Kenya, and Bosnia. 101 Khalid al-Mihdhar and Nawaf al-Hashmi, alleged 9/11 hijackers, are suspected of being Saudi double agents who penetrated Al-Qaeda on behalf of the royal family. 102 The CIA had known of al-Mihdhar and Hashmi's participation in meetings where the USS Cole and 9/11 terrorist plots were discussed, and had passed the two names and details about al-Mihdhar's US visa to the FBI, without asking the FBI to follow up. When al-Mihdhar and Hashmi traveled to the US, they sailed through customs with immigration authorities never alerted that they were on a terrorist watch list. 103 Former federal prosecutor John Loftus stated that the Clinton State Department pressured investigators to abandon an examination of Saudi-operated Islamic foundations, institutions, and charities in Virginia with more than $1 billion in assets. The Saudi charities allegedly had helped finance 9/11 hijacker Mohammed Atta. 104 This example, among others, epitomizes the covert dark side of the war on terror. Its purported rationale was undermined by the U.S. government's entangling geopolitical alliances and support for terrorists in carrying out clandestine operations, along with failed coordination among U.S. law enforcement and intelligence agencies. Billions in American taxpayer dollars were ultimately invested in the war on terror, which Clinton carried forward. This war was destined to fail to quell terrorism, thereby providing a pretext to expand American military power in the Middle East and Central Asia, a boondoggle for military contractors. Chapter 10 Clinton, the most pro-Israeli president since Truman. Perhaps the hallmark moment of Clinton's presidency was the famous image in September 1993 of Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin, flanked by Clinton, shaking hands with Palestinian Liberation Organization leader and former Fedayeen guerrilla, Yasser Arafat, after the signing of the Oslo Peace Accords. New York Times foreign affairs correspondent Thomas L. Friedman wrote that it was the Middle East equivalent of the fall of the Berlin Wall. 1. Under the terms of the peace agreement, Israel transferred control of the occupied territories to the Palestinian Authority and agreed to withdraw troops from Gaza and Jericho in return for Arafat's commitment to recognition of Israel's right to exist and to renounce the use of terrorism and violence. Only 3 weeks before, Rabin, IDF commander during the 1967 Six-Day War, had referred to the PLO as a terrorist organization, but now he expressed optimism that decades of bloodshed between Arabs and Israelis could be brought to an end. 2. Unfortunately, the promise of that crisp fall day did not last very long. Rabin was assassinated allegedly by a right-wing Jewish settler, Yuval Amir, on November 4, 1995. Palestinian suicide bombing attacks resumed as Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza continued, and Palestinians continued to be treated as second-class citizens, and subsequent peace talks broke down following the election of Benjamin Bibi Netanyahu, who headed the right-wing Likud party. In 2000, Israeli Prime Minister Ariel Sharon ignited the Second Palestinian Intifada after he visited the Temple Mount in Jerusalem, a Palestinian holy site, and Israeli snipers opened fire on Palestinian demonstrators. A bloody round of violence followed, putting an end to the hopes that had been raised at Oslo. 3. Many Palestinians did not consider Oslo to offer anything positive in the first place. Palestinian literary scholar Edward Said termed it an instrument of Palestinian surrender and the Palestinian Versailles because Arafat had abandoned Palestinian demands for their own state and accepted the marginalization of Palestinian enclaves surrounded by more prosperous Jewish settlements around the West Bank. Arafat also did not press for the 1948 refugees' right of return or freeing of Palestinian political prisoners. 4. Said compared Clinton's performance to a 20th century Roman emperor shepherding two vassal kings through rituals of reconciliation and obeisance, all these only temporarily obscuring the truly astonishing proportion of the Palestinian capitulation. 5. Rabin himself referred to a new form of occupation from outside, made possible by new drone and other surveillance technologies. Israel deployed these to keep watch on the Palestinians and to signal when to redeploy troops, as they did in September 1996 in Ramallah to quell a Palestinian uprising sparked by Israeli tunneling near the Al-Aqsa Mosque. 6. The Jewish settler population in the West Bank tellingly increased from 250,000 to 380,000 in the aftermath of Oslo and came to incorporate nearly half the land surface of the West Bank. Between the signing of the Oslo Accords in 1993 and March 1998, 629 Palestinian homes were destroyed by Israeli bulldozers, 535 in the West Bank and 94 in Jerusalem, more than a third under the Israeli Labor government and the rest under Likud. 7. The Rabin government imposed onerous constraints on exports of Gaza oranges, its main cash crop, causing much of it to rot, along with new requirements that all produce be purchased by Israeli agents for sale in Israel or export through Israeli enterprises. The goal, according to researcher Sarah Roy, was to turn parts of Gaza into a branch plant economy designed to serve Israeli interests, primarily, with Israel retaining control over land, zoning, water and any development that may take place in the areas released to local self-administration. 8. One of the most controversial aspects of the Oslo agreements was the creation of a Palestinian Authority police force, which enforced the Israeli occupation of the West Bank and Gaza and also evolved into a personal instrument of Yasser Arafat. 9 Political analyst Norman Finkelstein wrote that, now the PLO was doing the torturing, doing the murdering, doing the jailing. 10 British journalist Patrick Coburn reported on the case of Youssef Baba, who was the 12th Palestinian to be tortured to death at the hands of the PA police force following the Oslo Accords. Baba had been taken into custody following a dispute over a land deal during which he offended someone in military intelligence. 11 Israeli journalist Gideon Levy wrote in Haaretz in June 1996 that the interrogation dungeons of the Shin Bet had provided an excellent school for the Palestinian torturers. It is no coincidence that the Palestinians tortured by the PA police describe methods that are amazingly similar to the Shin Bet interrogation methods. 12. The Clinton administration played an important role in helping to finance, train and oversee the new PA police force through a secret CIA program sanctioned by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who nonetheless never trusted the Palestinian police. 13 Clinton's CIA Director George Tenet sustained a very close relationship with Arafat. The Islamist group Hamas in turn claimed that they were up against the world's largest intelligence organization. Americans helped strengthen the PA police intelligence in key areas such as the ability to infiltrate terrorist groups, improve clandestine communication and interrogation methods, enhance computer technology related to intelligence and intelligence processing, and in improved intelligence gathering techniques. The CIA even played a role in monitoring the interrogation of suspects, which bred complaints among Palestinians that it was tacitly supporting the PA's use of torture, prolonged detention without trial and other human rights abuses. 14. While presenting himself as a Southern law and order man, President Clinton was never much bothered about human rights abuses, except when they could be played up for political advantage. At a private dinner at the White House with junior members of the Jordanian royal family, Clinton announced to his guests that he was the most pro-Israeli president since Truman. 15 As a savvy politician, Clinton recognized the power of the American-Israeli Public Affairs Committee lobby, before which Clinton had first spoken as Arkansas governor in 1984. During his 1992 presidential campaign, Clinton's general counsel, David Ishfin, was an advisor to AIPAC. 16 Pro-Israeli PACs distributed over $4 million to political candidates in that cycle, most of them Democrats. 17. Clinton's inner circle mostly had hawkish views regarding Israel. They included, a. Vice President Al Gore, who was a protege of New Republic founder Martin Peretz, who in 1982 had tossed flowers at Israeli pilots returning from bombing Lebanese refugee camps, b. Secretary of State Madeleine Albright, who hailed from a Jewish family that fled the Nazis in Czechoslovakia, c. National Security Advisor Sandy Berger, a former lobbyist for Caterpillar, whose armed bulldozers were used extensively by Israel in attacks on Gaza, d. Defense Secretary William Cohen, who grew up going to Hebrew school, and e. Rahm Emanuel, a senior advisor whose father was in the Irgun, a Zionist terrorist organization that bombed the King David Hotel in 1946, and who first traveled to Israel during the 1967 Six-Day War. 18. Clinton's strong emotional connection to Israel stemmed in part from his upbringing in the heart of the Bible Belt. After his defeat in the 1980 Arkansas gubernatorial election, Clinton and his wife went on a religious pilgrimage to Israel with a group organized by Reverend Worley Oscar Vaught, the pastor of Emmanuel Baptist Church in Little Rock. Their tour included the Old City of Jerusalem, the Western Wall, Masada, and the Galilee. 19. Clinton's biographer Robert Levin wrote that the trip reinforced Clinton's support for the people of Israel. Bill and Hillary understood the profound effect that Israel has on American Jews and around the world, said Sarah Ehrman, a friend from the McGovern campaign, and share a feeling for the security and stability of the State of Israel. According to Levin, Reverend Vaught greatly influenced the Clintons' attitudes towards Israel. "I have believed in supporting Israel as long as I have known anything about the issue," Clinton said later. "It may have something to do with my religious upbringing. For the last several years until he died, I was very much under the influence of my pastor. He was a close friend of Israel and began visiting even before the State of Israel was created. And when he was on his deathbed, he said to me that he hoped someday I would have a chance to run for president, but that if I ever let Israel down, God would forgive me. I will never let Israel down." 20. Clinton ultimately followed his pastor's advice, never letting Israel down. When he became president, his administration provided over $15 billion in military aid to Israel, including a then record $3.120 billion in 2000, and over $32 billion in foreign aid. 21 Israel was allowed to purchase $700 million of the latest U.S. military equipment, including advanced jet fighters, advanced attack helicopters, Hellfire, Sidewinder, and Stinger missiles, and the Joint Direct Attack Munitions System, along with CS gas cartridges used to suppress Palestinian demonstrations and fuses that were used in tank rounds. 22. Israel further benefited from offsets, or incentives that American weapons manufacturers offered to convince Israel to sign deals, including co-production of weapons, transfers of technology, and non-military related investment, which reached record levels in 1999. Lockheed Martin promised to spend $900 million in Israel to secure a $2.5 billion F-16 sale. Other offsets included a $750 million counter-trade investment from Boeing for the sale of F-15 fighters and Black Hawk helicopters. 23. A Pentagon official tellingly told the New York Times in November 1999 that given the amount of weaponry that the United States shared with Israel, it was difficult to separate American military technology from Israel's own. 24. In March 1996, Clinton asked Congress for the first installment of a $100 million request to purchase advanced bomb detection scanners and sniffers, X-ray systems, robotics for handling suspect packages, and advanced thermal trader sensors. Clinton said that the two countries were determined to use every tool at their disposal to fight against extremist violence. 25. A year earlier, Clinton told an AIPAC conference Israel's military edge was greater than ever because the U.S. had kept its word, supplying Israel with fighter aircraft, attack helicopters, supercomputers, and the Arrow missile system while delivering the most advanced multiple launch rocket system in the world. Highlighting deepening intelligence cooperation and staging of the largest ever joint military exercises, Clinton presented himself in his speech as Israel's political savior from backdoor isolationists on the left and right, who under the cover of budget cutting, want to cut the legs off our relationships in the Middle East and around the world, and deny the U.S. the resources we need to supply our allies who take risks for peace. 26. One theory holds that Clinton's fealty to Israel was the result of his having been blackmailed by Israeli intelligence, which had obtained compromising information about his sexual escapades from the Jeffrey Epstein-Ghislaine Maxwell child sex spy ring. Between 1993 and 1995, Epstein visited the White House at least 17 times, and Epstein and Clinton were reportedly as close as brothers. 27. Clinton's chief negotiator on the Israel-Palestine conflict, Dennis Ross, and ambassador to Israel Martin Indyk, were both AIPAC members and hostile to the UN. 28 Just after Oslo, the Clinton team sought to restrict or terminate UN activities with regard to Israel-Palestine, claiming that past resolutions were obsolete and anachronistic in light of the recent Israel-PLO agreement. The Clinton administration also called for abolishing the UN Special Committee on Palestinian Rights, which it termed biased, superfluous and unnecessary, and refused to condemn Israel's settlement activity because it is unproductive to debate the legalities of the issue. In 1995, Clinton vetoed a UN Security Council resolution condemning the Israeli confiscation of Palestinian land in East Jerusalem. Clinton also reversed long-standing U.S. support for UN Resolution 194 of December 11, 1948, a direct application of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which affirmed the rights of Palestinian refugees who had fled or had been expelled during the fighting to return to their homes. For the first time, the U.S. joined Israel in opposing the resolution, which was reaffirmed by a vote of 192 to 2.29. In another significant development, Clinton administration officials ceased referring to the West Bank and Gaza as occupied territories, now calling them disputed territories. Later, it announced that all options would be left open, including demand even for full annexation of the territories under Israeli sovereignty, which was a demand of the extreme Israeli right wing. Noam Chomsky points out that Clinton's increased support for Israel was a consequence of the end of the Cold War and disappearance of the Soviet Union as an ally of the Arab states, and was combined with a dual containment policy aimed at both Iran and Iraq, who threatened joint American-Israeli regional hegemony. 30. In July 1994, Clinton helped broker a peace treaty between Israel and Jordan, in which the two countries agreed to intelligence sharing and Jordan agreed to keep Palestinian activism in check. 31 Clinton further gave diplomatic support to Israel and weapons as it invaded southern Lebanon in July 1993 and then again in April 1996 under Operation Grapes of Wrath. The Israelis boasted that a U.S.-built targeting system, TQP-37 Firefinder, could pinpoint enemy positions with surgical precision. Nonetheless, hundreds of civilians were killed in these operations, which were carried out under the pretext of defending Israel from Katyusha rocket attacks launched by Hezbollah guerrilla fighters. 32. American-built F-16 fighter jets with laser-guided bombs were used in the Israeli attacks. Even the Israeli massacre of over 100 refugees sheltering at a UN base at Qana was justified by President Clinton as a tragic misfiring by Israel in its legitimate exercise of its right to self-defense in response to a deliberate tactic of Hezbollah to position rockets near civilians. 33 Clinton's claim about self-defense ignored the fact of the Israeli occupation of Lebanon, carried out in violation of UN Resolution 425 of March 1978, which had generated Hezbollah's resistance, and the brutality of the South Lebanon Army, an Israeli proxy force founded by Saad Haddad, which was known for brutalizing the local population. 34. The Clinton administration claimed credit for brokering ceasefire agreements in Lebanon, but these agreements ensured that the Israeli occupation would be enduring. In May of 2000, Israel attacked southern Lebanon's electrical grids using U.S.-supplied F-16s and attack helicopters, which fired Hellfire and other air-to-ground missiles that had been delivered in the previous years. The attacks violated the 1996 ceasefire and international humanitarian law, since the electrical stations had played no part in Hezbollah's military campaign. They were criticized by the U.S. State Department, which made no mention of U.S. weapons sales to Israel. 35 The State Department had previously criticized the IDF for killing Palestinian demonstrators, without mentioning U.S. sales of weapons that could be used in the commission of such abuses, including $3.5 million worth of anti-personnel riot control chemicals authorized in FI 1998, plus 28,539,400 rounds of ammunition, 12,768 military guns, and 32 grenade launchers delivered or authorized for export during FI 1996 to 98.36. Clinton personally favored Israel's Labor Party over the right-wing Likud, which was less open to negotiation with the Palestinians, and admitted to trying to help Labour leader Shimon Peres defeat Benjamin Netanyahu in Israel's 1996 elections. 37 Labour Party leader Ehud Barak hired Clinton's famous team of consultants Stanley Greenberg, James Carville, and Bob Shrum to help defeat Netanyahu in the 1996 elections. 38 In May 1995, when Clinton became the first active U.S. president to speak before AIPAC, he used his platform to defend Israel's actions in Operation Grapes of Wrath. 39 Clinton's pardon of Mark Rich, a commodities trader convicted of violating the U.S. oil embargo on Iran, tax evasion, wire fraud, and several other crimes, was enacted as another favor to Israel, after extensive lobbying by Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. Rich had performed many services for the Mossad and was a main source addressing Israel's oil and energy needs during the Arab oil embargo following the 1973 Yom Kippur War. 40 In 1998, Clinton helped preside over a summit between his nemesis Netanyahu and Arafat along with Jordan, which resulted in the Y River Agreement, in which Israel agreed to undertake a series of gradual withdrawals from the occupied territories and to turn over a small area of the northern West Bank to Palestinian control. Clinton subsequently became the first U.S. president to visit Palestinian-controlled territory when he went to Gaza. 41 This important gesture was typical of his political style, which at the end of the day was hollow, given his unwillingness to try to pressure Israel to make any major concessions to the Palestinians. At the Camp David summit in July 2000, Ehud Barak's offer, which had the sanction of the Clinton administration, left Israel in control of 13% of the West Bank, while his final offer reduced it to 12%. However, the proposal separated the southern and central Palestinian cantons from the northern one and from Gaza, and effectively cut off the major Palestinian towns from one another. The Palestinian fragments were also separated from East Jerusalem, the center of Palestinian commercial, cultural, religious and political life and institutions. 42 Furthermore, under this deal Israel retained control of most of Jerusalem and most of the water aquifers of the West Bank and its most fertile lands, and control over the Jordan Valley, while refusing to recognize the right of return of Palestinian refugees. The Clinton administration blamed Arafat for rejecting the deal, which no self-respecting Palestinian leader could have in fact supported. 43 In December 2000, during negotiations at Bolling Air Force Base, Clinton made a more generous offer to the Palestinians, recommending 94 to 96% of the West Bank for the Palestinians with a land swap from Israel of 1 to 3%, and an understanding that the land kept by Israel would include 80% of the settlers in blocks. Israeli forces would withdraw over a 3-year period and be replaced by an international force. The new state of Palestine would be non-militarized but have a strong security force and sovereignty over airspace, and the Palestinians would be granted sovereignty over the Temple Mount and the Israelis sovereignty over the Western Wall. 44 Finally, some progress appeared to be forthcoming at the meetings in Taba, Egypt in January 2001, where Israel accepted Clinton's plan, which called for a return to pre-1967 borders. 45 Some issues continued to be contested and still had to be worked out, and Arafat was reluctant to give up the Palestinian right of return, though each side believed a viable deal would be struck after future talks. This all changed, however, with the election of Ariel Sharon of the Likud Party later in the year and Sharon's visit to the Temple Mount, which triggered the Second Intifada. At the end of his term and unencumbered by the pressure of another election, Clinton had displayed greater sympathy for the Palestinian position and helped advance some fleeting hope during the Taba talks. Clinton's ultimate legacy, nonetheless, was to help to institutionalize Israel's occupation at Oslo. To his shame, Clinton sanctioned Israel's illegal incursions into southern Lebanon, its settlement expansion, and its disregard for UN resolutions, and supplied Israel with billions of dollars in arms and high-tech weapons systems that were used against the Palestinian and Lebanese peoples. Clinton saw himself as a friend of Israel, but at the end of the day he did a disservice both to the country and to the Jewish people by giving Israeli leaders a false sense of invincibility by virtue of their unlimited backing by the United States. The result was the development of a certain arrogance among Israeli leaders and unwillingness, with the exception of the fleeting moment at Taba, to offer the concessions that were needed for a durable peace capable of ensuring both the short and long-term security of Israel's citizens. Chapter 11. Clinton and Africa, Black African lives didn't really matter. In March 1998, Bill Clinton was greeted like a rock star on a trip to Africa, the most comprehensive by any American president. On his trip, Clinton visited Robben Island with Nelson Mandela, where Mandela had been jailed, and gave an eloquent speech at the door of no return in Gorée Island, Senegal, the point where Africans were taken to slavery in North America. 1 Political scientist Brian J. Hesse wrote in the Journal of Contemporary African Studies that Clinton's visit to Senegal looked as much like a superstar event as a presidential visit. At one point in Senegal's capital, Dakar, Clinton waded into a cheering crowd surging forward to see and greet him. 2. From the outset of his presidency, Clinton had set out to establish a more progressive policy towards Africa than his predecessors, emphasizing the promotion of democracy, human rights, and trade. In 2001, the administration provided a record $935 million in aid to the continent, while earlier instituting a $120 million initiative to increase the quality of, and technology for, education. 3 Clinton's first national security advisor, Anthony Lake, was well known as an Africanist and intentionally chose Africa as the subject of his first speech. 4 In Clinton's second term, the civil rights icon Jesse Jackson was named as a special envoy for democracy promotion, and the State Department cooperated with NGOs to assist in the technical preparation for elections and election monitoring. 5. But Clinton was ultimately no real friend of Africa. According to Human Rights Watch, his administration adopted a selective approach to human rights and turned a blind eye in African countries considered to be strategically or economically important. 6 The Pentagon at the same time began planning a network of military installations across the continent from Somalia to Senegal, which began to be built after 9/11.7. On his March 1998 trip, Clinton heralded Paul Kagame of Rwanda, Meles Zenawi of Ethiopia, and Yoweri Museveni of Uganda as part of a new generation of African leaders committed to democracy, though all three leaders stayed in power for many years owing to rigged elections, muzzled dissent, and terrorized political opponents. 8 Kagame even established an open-air crematorium to dispose of the bodies from massacres committed during the Rwandan Civil War and genocide, and is considered by some to be an African Hitler. 9 In 1998, Museveni and Kagame, the two great Democrats, invaded and plundered the Democratic Republic of Congo with U.S. backing, causing what Glenford characterized as the worst genocide since World War II. 10. Absolving whites for colonizing and enslaving Africans while appointing Britons to run many of his ministries, Museveni was a darling of U.S. diplomats as a result of his promotion of fiscal discipline and free market economics. According to the New York Times. 11 The Clinton administration was trying to remold America's role in Africa to replace costly and paternalistic aid programs with more trade and investment. 12 While in theory this might sound good, in practice these efforts paved the way for a new kind of neocolonialism by reinforcing foreign ownership and control over African resources and nascent industry. The Clinton administration did special harm in pushing structural adjustment programs through the World Bank and International Monetary Fund, which cut back on social services, lowered trade barriers and tax revenues, enabled greater capital flight, and stifled efforts to empower labor unions and adopt land reform initiatives that held the potential for creating greater social equality. Not inflicting enough pain on these fuckers. Clinton's failings towards Africa were apparent in his handling of the famous Black Hawk Down incident in Somalia. On October 3, 1993, following a raid by American special forces in what they termed Indian country, Mogadishu militia fighters loyal to Mohammed Farah Aid, whom the U.S. initially supported but then turned against when he spurned U.S. oil interests, shot down 2 Black Hawk helicopters using rocket-propelled grenades. Mobs then hacked the fallen pilots to death with machetes and dragged their mutilated bodies through the streets as trophies. The images of the dead were pasted across the front cover of Western newspapers, reinforcing stereotypes of Somalis as barbarians. That the perpetrators' homes had been attacked and family members killed by U.S. forces was never reported, nor that some were ex-Afghan mujahideen trained by CIA intermediaries in shooting down helicopters. In their rescue operations of U.S. Special Forces, American helicopter gunners and Special Forces had fired into crowds, killing and wounding hundreds of Somalis, a third of them women and children, compared to 18 American dead and 84 wounded in the course of the conflict. 13. After being briefed about the events, Bill Clinton exploded into one of his rages, shouting to aide George Stephanopoulos, "We're not inflicting enough pain on the fuckers. When people kill us, they should be killed in greater numbers." 14. These comments speak volumes about Clinton's lack of regard for black African lives, particularly when they held a different worldview from his own and his vindictive spirit. Clinton had previously told Anthony Lake that he couldn't believe that we're being pushed around by those two-bit pricks. 15. After the killing of U.S. troops, Congress had demanded an immediate withdrawal from Somalia. Clinton disagreed, opting for a 6-month transition while dispatching ex-CIA officer Robert Oakley to secure the release of captured pilot Mike Durant. In his memoirs, Clinton wrote that he was haunted by the Battle of Mogadishu, which he compared to President Kennedy and the Bay of Pigs, where U.S.-trained forces were routed by Cuban communists loyal to Fidel Castro. 16. The effect moved his and subsequent administrations to lend support towards a more covert strategy of military intervention. Sudan safeguarding American interests. The Clinton administration applied harsh sanctions on Sudan and provided military training and financing to the Sudan People's Liberation Army, a Christian guerrilla group headed by John Garang in the oil-rich South, which was criticized by Amnesty International for deliberately shooting down civilian airliners, indiscriminately using landmines, recruiting child soldiers, and kidnapping and murdering relief workers. 17. Sudanese General Mohammed Oeida, head of the Security and Defense Committee in Sudan's parliament, stated that the CIA was funding an Israeli intelligence center in Eritrea and that the U.S. is going to use Africa armies, especially those hostile to Sudan, to achieve its ambition of safeguarding American interests in the region. 18. These interests were largely economic. South Sudan sat atop mounds of oil, ranking third in oil reserves in sub-Saharan Africa, which were mostly untapped. 19. Since 1989, Sudan had been led by Omar al-Bashir, a Muslim who had opposed the First Persian Gulf War and allied with China. This made him a target of regime change. On November 10, 1996, The Washington Post reported that the U.S. sent $20 million in military equipment to Ethiopia, Eritrea, and Uganda when these three countries were all supporting the SPLA and, in Uganda's case, directly invaded South Sudan. In support of it. 20 Small contingents of U.S. troops were reported to be fighting with the SPLA as well. 21 In December 1998, Secretary of State Madeleine Albright met with Garang, who rejected the Khartoum peace agreement signed by the Bashir government, which had accepted a referendum for self-determination for the South and offered amnesty to rebel groups. The August 1998 bombing of the Al-Shifa pharmaceutical plant in Khartoum under the pretext that it manufactured chemical weapons used by Al-Qaeda coincided with the collapse in peace talks between the SPLA and Khartoum, and after it had become apparent Sudan was backing Laurent Kabila's forces in Congo against the U.S.-backed alliance of Uganda, Rwanda, and Tutsi-led Congolese rebels. The Bashir government had also recently taken steps to access a $300 million barrel reservoir of crude oil in the south. 22 If we consider the larger geopolitical context, the Al-Shifa attack was probably not a mistake but an act of intimidation, exemplifying how the war on terror was used as a pretext for military operations that were designed to further U.S. strategic designs in Africa and advance the U.S. pursuit of its New World Order. Nigeria, a base for enforcing foreign interests. Clinton's alleged concern for black African lives was compromised in Nigeria by his administration's support for dictator Sani Abacha, who had seized power in a coup d'état, ousting the democratically elected Mashood Abiola and upholding U.S. interests in Nigeria. Abacha allowed U.S.-based and other multinational corporations access to Nigeria's oil and sustained a special relationship whereby Nigeria served as a base for training Africans to carry out clandestine operations across the continent on behalf of outside interests. 23. Despite international pressure, Clinton refused to enact an economic embargo on Nigeria in an attempt to undermine Abacha's government, despite the fact that the latter was linked to thousands of fraudulent scams while killing hundreds of political opponents and imprisoning thousands more, including members of the Yoruba tribe, which wanted to secede in the oil-rich south. Supported by Shell Oil Co., which drilled on Ogoni land and made direct payments to the Nigerian security forces, Abacha sanctioned ruthless military operations against the Ogoni people. 24 In November 1995, Abacha ordered the execution by hanging of 8 activists with the Movement for the Survival of the Ogoni People in southeastern Nigeria, including Ken Saro-Wiwa, who accused the government of destroying their homeland. 25. On the eve of his execution, Saro-Wiwa wrote that, "Whether I live or die is immaterial. It is enough to know that there are people who commit time, money, and energy to fight this one evil among so many others predominating worldwide. If they do not succeed today, they will succeed tomorrow. We must keep on striving to make the world a better place for all of mankind, each one contributing his bit, in his or her own way." 26. Though the Clinton administration recalled its ambassador, Walter C. Carrington, after Saro-Wiwa's death, Clinton's true orientation became apparent when he suggested that he would welcome Abacha running for election as a civilian. On a trip to Nigeria in 1994, Clinton had touted the tenfold increase in U.S. assistance to $108 million and the arrival of American troops to train and equip 5 Nigerian battalions, ostensibly for peacekeeping duties in Sierra Leone. 27. This support was contingent on the fact that U.S. exports to Nigeria in 1997 totaled $814 million, second only to those to South Africa. Nigeria surpassed all African countries as a source of U.S. imports, and further exported oil and gas and other commodities worth $3 billion to the U.S., making it the 5th largest foreign supplier of oil to the U.S., with Mobil and Chevron being the main U.S. buyers. 28 Clinton had brought along 100 corporate executives on his 1994 trip to Nigeria, including an agro-industrial group from Baton Rouge, Louisiana, F.C. Schaefer and Associates Incorporated, which thereafter began to build a $200 million sugar cane growing and refining operation in Nigeria. 29. When civil rights icon Jesse Jackson visited Nigeria in July 1994 as Clinton's special envoy, he was booed and pelted with rotten tomatoes at Lagos Airport by locals because of U.S. support for Abacha. Jackson's mission was to convince Abacha to release Mashood Abiola, a Yoruba elder and presidential contender, from prison. 30 Abacha had gained the support of some black congressmen and leaders through a heavily funded public relations campaign in Washington. Abacha also benefited from financial donations to the Democratic National Committee made through a supposedly non-profit voting registration group by businessman Gilbert Chagoury, a Lebanese national who built up a business empire in Nigeria through his close connection to Abacha. On December 21, 1995, Chagoury had been invited to a special White House dinner for financial donors to the Democratic Party, even though foreign nationals were prevented from doing this under U.S. law. 31 Chagoury's influence brings attention to the role played by such lobbyists and wealthy special interests in influencing U.S. government policy in the Clinton era rather than any actual administration commitment to democratization or human rights. Liberia and Sierra Leone, humanitarian intervention. Liberia was an important showcase for the new doctrine of humanitarian intervention in the 1990s. The Clinton administration supported a peacekeeping force led by Nigerians and Ghanaians, which provided an African veneer for a proxy U.S. force in Liberia's civil war that paved the way for the reinvigoration of American influence in Liberia afterwards. In the 1980s, the Reagan administration had provided over $500 million in aid and sent Green Berets on training missions to assist the regime of Samuel K. Doe, an ethnic Kron with only a 4th-grade education who seized power in a bloody coup during which his forces murdered left-leaning President William Tolbert and most of his cabinet. Afterwards, DOE pleased the US by privatizing state-owned enterprises and cutting relations with Libya and the Soviet Union. 32. The primary US interest in Liberia was to protect those of Firestone Rubber, which had set up vast rubber plantations in Liberia beginning in 1926, when it had leased 1 million acres for 99 years at 6 cents an acre. 33 The US furthermore wanted to sustain access to 3 national security facilities near Monrovia for which it was paying a ridiculously low rent. These included a large diplomatic intelligence community relay station, a Voice of America broadcast center, and a Coast Guard navigation station. The US also enjoyed unlimited access to the Roberts Field Airport, which was used to send military equipment to anti-communist rebels in Angola. 34. The CIA had used Liberia's communications facilities in covert operations in support of Chad's leader, Hissène Habre. Liberia was also a key operational area to carry out covert operations against Libyan ruler Muammar Gaddafi, who had nationalized Libya's oil and removed US military bases from Libya. 35. In the late 1980s, the Reagan administration began to sour on DOE and began covertly supporting the opposition led by Charles Taylor. 36 Educated at Bentley College outside of Boston, Taylor was a former chief of government procurement who fled to the US after he was accused of stealing $900,000 from the state treasury. In November 1985, the CIA allegedly assisted Taylor's escape from a Plymouth, Massachusetts prison days before Taylor's friend, Thomas Quivankpa, launched a coup against DOE, which was financed and backed by the CIA. 37. Taylor afterwards returned home to lead an armed insurgency, the National Patriotic Front of Liberia, with backing from Libya, Ivory Coast, and Burkina Faso. On the surface, the US government appeared to be wary of Taylor because of his support from Muammar Gaddafi. 38 Though an investigation by an Italian filmmaker determined that Taylor had been sent by the CIA to infiltrate African liberation movements in Libya as part of the quid pro quo. 39. In September 1990, DOE was tortured and then killed by rebels associated with a breakaway faction of the NPFL, the Independent National Patriotic Front led by Prince Jeremy Johnson, a defector from DOE's regime. According to Alexander Yersley, an investigator in West Africa with the NGO Global Witness, Taylor was advised on how to carry out the conflict, though eventually the US government distanced itself from him when he helped ruin the country and US strategic facilities were closed down. 40. Officially, the Clinton administration briefly supported Prince Johnson, and then, realizing that he was not strong enough to take over the country, supported a Western African nation-led peacekeeping force known as ECOMIG, whose aim was to solidify an interim government under Amos Sawyer, a Pan-Africanist intellectual accused of being a CIA asset and plotting a coup against DOE in the 1980s. ECOMIG allied with the Armed Forces of Liberia and United Liberation Movement for Democracy in Liberia, which consisted mostly of DOE loyalists from his ethnic Kran and Mandingo ethnic groups. Taylor's forces by contrast included ethnic Joe and Americo-Liberians. Horrific atrocities were committed on all sides of the conflict, including by ECOMIG, which bombed and strafed villages. It was accused of providing a cover for DOE supporters and installing a Nigerian occupation of Liberia, as Taylor alleged. 41. The Clinton administration provided ECOMIG with over $85 million between 1993 and 1998, with $35.6 million provided in 1996. 42 Further covert support was provided with the deployment of mobile training teams to regional countries that staffed ECOMIG such as Nigeria and Senegal, along with provision of military equipment from Pentagon stocks and $230 million in humanitarian assistance. 43 Prince Johnson stated that it was written all over that ECOMIG was made in America. 44. In April 1996, Clinton launched Operation Assured Responses, in which he activated U.S. military helicopters from Freetown, initiated aircraft from Senegal, and deployed a U.S. amphibious force off the coast of Monrovia along with 2,000 Marines. The official purpose was to evacuate U.S. citizens, though only 49 were actually evacuated. The NPFL considered the operation as a support mission for ULAMO, which was enhanced by the private military contractor, Pacific Architects and Engineers, who delivered arms to Ulamo.45 around this time. A high-level U.S. diplomatic delegation headed by Deputy Assistant Secretary of State William Tweedale promised $30 million in U.S. assistance to the contending factions as an incentive to end the war. Elections followed in July 1997 that were won by Taylor and his National Patriotic Party with 75% of the vote. 46. The Clinton administration at this time recognized Taylor even though Tweedale testified before Congress that Taylor had illegally trafficked in so-called blood diamonds. 47 In a futile attempt to ensure good relations with Washington and secure access to Clinton and other policymakers, Taylor spent about $630,000 between September 1997 to April 1999 on the firm of a powerful Washington, D.C. lawyer, Lester Hyman. 48. Clinton's key point man on Africa, Jesse Jackson, had been friendly to Taylor, believing that he was the key to resolving the conflict in Liberia. In March 1998, Clinton rewarded Taylor with a 30-minute call from Air Force One, which he made at Jackson's request. Jackson subsequently hosted a $400,000 reconciliation conference at the Push headquarters in Chicago, which was considered by the exiled Liberian community as a slick scheme to promote Taylor and his repressive government. Jackson also supported Foday Sanko, Libyan-trained commander of the Sierra Leone's Revolutionary United Forces and an ally of Taylor, whom Jackson persuaded the State Department to supply with communications equipment. The equipment helped him to coordinate rough operations directed against the government led by Ahmed Tejaz Kaba along with UN peacekeeping forces. 49. A former U.S. intelligence officer told researcher Kenneth Timmerman that the U.S. sent clearly more than just two-way radios. Jackson had compared Sanko to Nelson Mandela and went on to play an important role in brokering the July 1999 Lomé Accords, which led to Sanko's release from jail and appointment as a vice president and chairman of the Commission for the Management of Strategic Mineral Resources, a prize that he and Taylor had long been seeking. 50. Mary McGrory described the Lomé Accords in the Washington Post as insane because it included blanket amnesty to warlords and the handing over of the country's greatest treasure, its diamonds, to those same warlords. 51. However, better these warlords who were native to their country and would use the profits to fund local development, than foreign interests or proxies. When the RUF took 500 UN peacekeepers meant to supervise the implementation of the Accords hostage, the Clinton administration tried to distance itself from the Accords, though U.S. officials had drafted entire sections of it. 52. The Clinton administration in turn began training and equipping military units from Nigeria, Ghana, and Senegal with the assistance of private military contractors to help restore stability in the country as the scramble for West Africa's diamond wealth continued. 53. The Clinton administration's intervention under the guise of peacekeeping operations ultimately paid dividends when the Bush administration intensified efforts to undermine Taylor, who angered the U.S. government by refusing an exploitative agreement with Halliburton for oil exploration, stating that Liberia is not for sale. The U.S. secured de facto control over Liberia under Taylor's successor, Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, a former World Bank employee, who offered Liberian territory for the headquarters of the U.S. Africa Command. The CIA re-established a major presence operating within the confines of the American embassy further under Sirleaf's corrupt rule. The Pentagon rebuilt Liberia's armed forces and Sirleaf awarded exploration rights for offshore oil deposits to ExxonMobil and Chevron and signed a generous agreement with Firestone, enabling it to expand its operations in Liberia. 54. Recolonization, AGOA and the advancement of corporate power. On May 17, 2000, President Clinton signed the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act after unveiling a $150 million Modern Africa Investment Fund in which the U.S. government ensured U.S. private sector investment. 55. Clinton declared that the legislation originally sponsored in Congress by Jim McDermott would inaugurate a dynamic new Africa, making dramatic strides toward democracy and prosperity. Vernon Jordan, the president's advisor and frequent envoy to Africa, said that as a result of Clinton's plan, the world would witness the birth of African economic lions comparable to Asian tigers. 56. The tigers were to be created by lowering tariffs for African goods and eliminating import quotas for African textiles with the exception of Asian yarn woven into African sweaters. 57 Clothing made in Africa from African fabric was allowed to rise from 1.5% of U.S. imports to 3.5% over 8 years, boosting African exports of these products from about $250 million a year to as much as $4.20 billion. 58. With America exporting around $18 billion worth of goods per year to Africa by the mid-1990s, the Clinton administration said that it would no longer concede the African market to the old colonial powers. 59 AGOA added 1,835 more products from 34 eligible African countries to be exempted from duty under U.S. Generalized System of Preferences. 60 AGOA further provided loans for small and medium-sized African businesses and funds for infrastructural projects for nations that privatized industries, liberalized trade and investment rules, and met certain human rights and labor standards. 61. The Wall Street Journal characterized Senator Russell Feingold as a trade Cro-Magnon for suggesting that AGOA would simply be an act of political theater if the U.S. did not forgive African debts. 62 Clinton indeed asked Congress to write off $35 million in debt to those countries which made economic reforms, though the journal conceded that this amount was a pittance compared to Africa's total debt burden of $130 billion, of which at least $5 billion was owed to the U.S. government. 63. Randall Robinson of Trans-Africa characterized AGOA as an African recolonization act because it was designed to encourage American and European businesses to grab the assets of Africa. 64 Jesse Jackson wrote that the bill was designed to force African economies into a straitjacket of economic austerity and deepening poverty in order to benefit transnational and financial institutions, wealthy investors, and large corporations. There were no provisions to protect workers' rights or the environment. AGOA in fact provided a disincentive to adopt policies favoring substantial public investment in education, healthcare, and infrastructure. 65. Zambia, selling the family silver. In a 1994 speech to the U.S. Zambia Business Council, National Security Council advisor Anthony Lake stated that Zambia provided a fine example of the trend away from post-independence patterns of state ownership and centralization towards privatization, free markets, and local control. President Chiluba's government deserves credit for its efforts to liberalize trade, remove subsidies, lift controls on foreign exchange, reduce budget deficits and bring down inflation from 187% to an estimated 30% this year. His continued attempts to privatize state-owned industries and return land ownership to individuals are also noteworthy, as Zambia shows signs that structural adjustment does yield economic growth. 66. In Zambia today, however, Chiluba is regarded as a crook who was found in court to have laundered around $50 million from his impoverished people for his personal benefit, while structural adjustment is viewed as an unmitigated disaster. 67 According to South African analyst Khadija Sharif, the latter resulted in systematic exploitation by multinational corporations, national assets sold for a song and persistent tax dodging. 68. Under the terms of the deal that was struck, the foreign multinationals had to pay only a paltry 0.6% royalty tax, below the still low continental average of 3%. British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan once likened the privatization process to selling the family silver, which accurately reflects the Zambian experience. USAID paid the salary of 5 Wall Street bankers who staffed Zambia's privatization agency. Among the beneficiaries was the Arizona-based company Phelps Dodge, which gained majority control of Metal Fabricators of Zambia, which produces wire, cable, and copper rods. 69. Like in Russia, tens of thousands of Zambians lost their jobs under Chiluba's liberalization policies as labor and environmental standards worsened. Public services were slashed in the midst of the unfolding HIV/AIDS pandemic, and Zambia became a dumping ground for cheap imports. Leo Mulenga, a Copperbelt resident, said in 2015, "We used to grow cabbages, potatoes, tomatoes, and bananas, but now, there's no future here, only poverty and suffering for everyone because this land is damaged and spoiled." 70 When the copper mines were under national control, miners enjoyed subsidized healthcare, housing, and education, but the Copper Belt schools and hospitals were sold along with the mines. 71. The CIA had first given Chalupa its seal of approval back in 1981 as a replacement for socialist Kenneth Kaunda, whom the CIA had plotted a coup against. Appointees of Chalupa's government awarded bids to companies they were allowed to acquire stakes in. 72. The most profitable copper mines were taken over by Glencore Corporation, a Swiss-based company founded by commodities trader Mark Rich, whose lavish donations to the Democratic Party would earn him a pardon by Clinton for crimes for which he had received a 325-year prison sentence. 73. Another winner of the privatization process was Barrick Gold, a Canadian mining company that appointed Clinton's top advisor, Vernon Jordan, to its board. Yet another was First Quantum Minerals of Vancouver, Canada, whose major shareholders included J.P. Morgan Chase & Co., LA-based Capital Group, and BlackRock Inc., one of the world's largest asset management firms, which also owned shares in Glencore and was a top shareholder of another big-time Clinton supporter, Walmart. 74. More crude interventions. The subsidization of U.S. business by the Clinton administration through foreign aid programs was exemplified by a $64 million loan provided by the Export-Import Bank in 1999 to the Angolan state oil company Sonangol for the purchase of equipment and services from more than 20 U.S. energy companies, including Dick Cheney's Halliburton. An earlier loan was designed to help develop oil wells in Cabinda in partnership with foreign oil companies. The loans were no risk, even though it was known that the Angolan government was corrupt, meaning that the U.S. taxpayers ultimately had to foot the bill. 75. In 1996, the State Department reported that 21% of U.S. crude oil imports came from Africa, a total that was anticipated to increase considerably over the coming decade. 76. The close ties between the Clinton administration and energy industry was exemplified by the administration's threats to withhold development funds from Mozambique, the majority of whose budget was financed by foreign aid, including at least $40 million from USAID if its government didn't sign a deal with Enron to develop the Ponde natural gas fields in the south and to build a 900-kilometer pipeline to carry the gas to an iron steel plant in South Africa. John Kakamila, Mozambique's Minister of Natural Resources, told the Houston Chronicle that U.S. diplomats, notably Mike McKinley, deputy chief of the U.S. Embassy, pressured him to sign a deal that was not good for Mozambique. Kakamila went on to suggest that McKinley was not a neutral diplomat. It was as if he was working for Enron. We got calls from American senators threatening us with this and that if we didn't sign. Anthony Lake even called to tell us to sign. 77. In 1995, when the deal was in trouble, Lake directly wrote to President Joaquim Chissano that the U.S. would not release $13.5 million in aid funds unless Mozambique accepted the Enron bid. According to Vijay Prashad, Lake's efforts reveal the real meaning of free trade government bullying to force weaker countries to favor global corporations. 78. In 2000, the U.S. Overseas Investment Company provided $373 million in loan guarantees for the construction of a methanol plant in Equatorial Guinea, partly owned by two U.S. companies, Noble Affiliates and Marathon Oil, which later contributed to Hillary Clinton's 2016 presidential campaign. 79. This methanol plant deal was part of the warming of relations with the regime of Teodoro Obiang Nguema, a caricature of African dictators, who accepted million-dollar bribes by U.S. oil companies after offshore oil deposits were discovered in the mid-1990s, and Equatorial Guinea emerged as an oil producer. A State Department human rights report said that Obiang's security forces committed numerous abuses, including torture, beating, and other physical abuse of prisoners suspects, which at times resulted in deaths. Another State Department report pointed to Obiang's repeated rigging of elections. 80. Human rights considerations and support for democracy were subordinated to the quest for money and access to oil in this case and many others. A soft spot for the political right was apparent in the Clinton administration's refusal to enforce UN sanctions against the diamond trading, which enriched Jonas Savimbi, a CIA-backed warlord who had destabilized Angola since the 1970s and still controlled parts of the country. Clinton's State Department promoted an equal role for Savimbi in an ongoing reconciliation process, failing to label him what he was, a terrorist. 81. African Crisis Response Initiative, an instrument of neocolonialism. Neoliberal and neocolonial economic policies were accompanied, as elsewhere, by expanded military assistance programs which paved the way for AFRICOM in the early 21st century. U.S. military support went to 49 out of Africa's 53 countries in the 1990s, and Washington shipped about $400 million in military hardware to the continent between 1991 and 1995. 82 An African Center for Strategic Studies was launched by the Pentagon in 1999 to impart Pentagon doctrines to African military officers and help develop their loyalties to the U.S. 83. In 1996, President Clinton launched the African Crisis Response Initiative, a $15 to $20 million per year training program that was accompanied by the provision of military equipment, including communications gear. Thousands of African troops were trained officially as peacekeepers under ACRI, though the instruction was also appropriate for quelling internal insurgencies. 84. The Pentagon framed the ACRI as a mechanism of conflict resolution whose purpose was to enable Africans to take the lead in resolving conflicts and in peacekeeping efforts in the region. 85 Many Africans, however, viewed it as a patronizing attempt by outsiders to define Africa's problems and dictate solutions. 86 It fit the model for neocolonial intervention outlined by Ghanaian President Kwame Nkrumah, in which the foreign powers supply the money, aircraft, military equipment of all kinds, and the strategic and tactical command from a general staff down to officer advisors, while the troops of the puppet government bear the brunt of the fighting. 87. Nigerian scholar Adekai Adebajo wrote that under ACRI, Africans would do most of the dying, while the U.S. would do some of the spending to avoid being drawn into politically risky interventions. 88 Presidents Julius Nyerere of Tanzania and Nelson Mandela of South Africa rejected the notion of such a force on the basis that Africans had not been consulted about the proposal. President Muammar Gaddafi of Libya saw the writing on the wall, presciently anticipating what would eventually become AFRICOM. At a 1999 summit of the Organization of African Unity, Gaddafi instead proposed the creation of a continental army that would explicitly serve the purpose of protecting Africa from the meddling of external neocolonial powers, though alas it was not to be, and Gaddafi would be overthrown in 2011 at the behest of Hillary Clinton, who was gleeful after Gaddafi had been lynched. 89. Political scientist Paul Omak explained in African Affairs that governments participating in ACRI so with the primary motive of enhancing the capacities of their military forces for anti-insurgency operations as well as for military intervention in regional conflicts that were often for control over natural resources. 90 Uganda's army was one of the early recipients of ACRI training in 1997. The country was not democratic. 1996 elections were rigged in favor of Yoweri Museveni, who was valued by the Clinton administration for privatizing state companies and liberalizing trade restrictions, and for his commitment to creating an environment that would assist in bringing confidence to American corporations, as Ugandan ambassador to the U.S., Edith Sempala, put it. 91. In 1999, Human Rights Watch criticized the Ugandan military for its serious abuses against civilians in areas of conflict, for which individual soldiers were rarely held to account. 92 horrendous atrocities were carried out in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and in northern Uganda targeting the Akoli people, who had supported Museveni's predecessor, Socialist Milton Obote. Even the U.S. State Department expressed alarm at the repeated incidents of human rights abuses by Ugandan security forces operating in northern Uganda, which it found to be both objectionable and counterproductive to the goal of internal reconciliation. 93 The Ugandan forces burned huts and villages, carried out routine torture and even deliberately spread HIV/AIDS, behaving worse towards the Akoli than Idi Amin, according to one bishop. 94. In 1998, the Clinton administration initiated a partnership with Ethiopian forces under ACRI. Like the Ugandans, the Ethiopians were no choirboys in the 1998-2000 Eritrean-Ethiopian War. They were responsible for large-scale destruction and looting of civilian property, harassment of civilians, and a high incidence of rape. The Clinton administration halted its ACRI training to save face but continued sending money to the Ethiopian army via the International Military Education and Training Program. 95. Protecting Big Pharma, Clinton and HIV/AIDS. At a rally on June 28, 1999, in Philadelphia, some 3,000 members of the coalition AIDS Drugs for Africa tried to disrupt an Al Gore rally by chanting "Al Gore kills for greed." The protesters demanded that Gore stop blocking access to affordable drugs to combat the spread of HIV/AIDS in South Africa. 96 South Africa was deeply impacted by the HIV/AIDS scourge in the 1990s. With an average income of $2,600 per year, few South Africans could afford antiretroviral drug treatment, which cost up to $10,000 annually. In 1997, Nelson Mandela's African National Congress-led government introduced a measure that would allow for the importation or local production of generic drugs, which involved paying a fixed fee to patent holders, leading to the reduction of the local cost of the drug by up to 90%. However, an alliance of the largest American drug companies claimed that their intellectual property rights had been violated. Labeling South Africa's action piracy, they challenged the law in South African courts and, using the Podesta Group lobbying agency, began campaigning against it in Washington. 97. John Podesta was then Bill Clinton's chief of staff. Clinton by consequence worked to pressure South Africa to honor the patent rights of American companies, insisting wrongly that South Africa had violated WTO rules on patents. As a penalty, the U.S. Trade Representative rescinded South Africa's trade benefits, refusing to grant tariff breaks on exports, and the Clinton administration placed South Africa on a major trade watch list. 98 Gore, who was appointed to lead negotiations with Deputy President Thabo Mbeki, stood firmly by the drug company's position, refusing to grant South Africa concessions. The New York Times editorialized that the Clinton administration's policy had been dominated by the desire to protect American pharmaceutical patents, and sensibly insisted that Washington should stop pressuring South Africa to change the law. Ralph Nader, who challenged Al Gore's presidential candidacy on a third-party ticket in 2000, was even more pointed, writing with James Lowe a letter to the vice president in April 1999 accusing the Clinton administration of deploying an astonishing assault on South African sovereignty and critical health public responsibilities, and literally asking South Africa to abandon the lives of millions of infected citizens. Why should President Mandela, Deputy President Mbeki and Health Minister Nkosazana Ama permit their populations to be defenseless simply because Glaxo Wellcome and Bristol Myers Squibb want the power to set prices for U.S. taxpayer-funded and government-developed HIV/AIDS drugs in Africa? 99. Eventually, well into the final year of his presidency, Clinton relented and began promising South Africa new anti-AIDS initiatives, and later helped raise tens of millions of dollars to fight HIV/AIDS in Africa and elsewhere through the Clinton Foundation. 100 However, many lives had been lost in the interim. When Clinton gave a speech at the National Africa Summit, he had the audacity to blame cultural factors for causing a spike in HIV/AIDS cases and said that we had to change attitudes, presumably about sex, though Clinton himself was a sex addict and serial philanderer and probably rapist who allegedly bit the lips of his victims. 101. The Last Stage of Imperialism. Ghanaian President Kwame Nkrumah's 1965 book, Neocolonialism, The Last Stage of Imperialism, provided a sophisticated framework for understanding how Western capitalist interests were intent on penetrating and exploiting the African continent even after the European countries had relinquished their formal colonies. 102 Had he still been alive in the 1990s, Nkrumah would have recognized the Clinton administration's policies as a perfect embodiment of what he had warned against. Clinton carried out classic neocolonial policies by aggressively trying to open up Africa to foreign economic exploitation while ramping up U.S. military intervention under the cover of peacekeeping operations that utilized primarily African proxy forces. Clinton's policies ultimately helped pave the way for Bush, Obama, Trump, and Biden administration policies that resulted in a major expansion of the U.S. military footprint in Africa. Under Clinton, The promised new era of enlightenment and African Renaissance never came to pass, as wars backed by the West festered, new dictators rose, and African economies remained underdeveloped and vulnerable to exploitation. The continent at this time lacked visionary leaders like Nkrumah who could uphold the Pan-African tradition and could not mount effective enough resistance. One leader who stood his ground, Zimbabwe's Robert Mugabe, was taken care of through a draconian sanctions bill promoted by Senator Hillary Clinton carrying on her husband's legacy. The Zimbabwean Democracy and Economic Recovery Act of 2001 destroyed the economic progress Zimbabwe had made since it obtained independence in 1980 and precipitated a major economic crisis designed to send a message to countries that wanted to go the socialist route. 103. Chapter 12. The U.S. Assault on the African Heartland. U.S. collusion in the Rwandan Genocide and Congo Wars. In March 1998, on a visit to Kigali, Bill Clinton gave a speech whose purpose, he said, was to pay respect to the victims who had suffered and perished in the Rwandan genocide of April 1994. Clinton used the speech to apologize to the Rwandan people, stating, "We did not act quickly enough after the killing began. We should not have allowed the refugee camps to become safe haven for the killers. We did not immediately call these crimes by their rightful name, genocide. We cannot change the past. But we can and must do everything in our power to help you build a future without fear, and full of hope. We owe to those who died and to those who survived who loved them, our every effort to increase our vigilance and strengthen our stand against those who would commit such atrocities in the future here or elsewhere." 1. The theme from Clinton's speech was later echoed by Samantha Power, a Harvard professor appointed as a member of President Barack Obama's National Security Council, in her 2002 Pulitzer Prize-winning book, A Problem from Hell, America in the Age of Genocide. 2. She used Rwanda as a cry for action in the future to stop human rights crimes and genocide and inspired the UN's responsibility to protect doctrine, which trampled on traditional notions of state sovereignty in international law by supporting the right of foreign powers to intervene in nations around the world to stop human rights crimes and genocide. But what if Clinton and Power had Rwanda wrong? What if the US was not a bystander to genocide? 3. The title of an influential Power article in The Atlantic, echoing that same theme put forward in her book. But what if the US had indeed intervened to support one faction in Rwanda's civil war, one which had killed at least as many as the other, and then armed that faction as it invaded and plundered Rwanda's mineral-rich neighbor, the Congo? Would the R2P doctrine hold any legitimacy? Or would it have been abandoned before the U.S. military interventions undertaken in its name in Libya and Syria, where the moral stakes of conflicts were hardly as black and white as they appeared in Rwanda, as the U.S. government presented them? The official narrative is false. The backdrop of the Black Hawk Down incident was supposedly the critical factor dissuading the Clinton administration from intervening to stop the Rwandan genocide in April 1994, where around 800,000 people were slaughtered in a short period. In his memoir, My Life, Clinton wrote that his failure to stop the Rwandan tragedy was one of the greatest regrets of his presidency. Clinton recounts his decision to evacuate all Americans from the country and decision to remove UN troops, and writes that, "We were so preoccupied with Bosnia, with the memory of Somalia just 6 months old, and with opposition in Congress to military deployments in faraway places not vital to our national interests, that neither I nor anyone on my foreign policy team adequately focused on sending troops to stop the slaughter. With a few thousand troops and help from our allies, even making allowances for the time it would have taken to deploy them, we could have saved lives." 4. Clinton's view of events assumes that the Hutu were the main perpetrators of the genocide and Tutsis the main victims, and that U.S. intervention would have helped save Tutsi victims. However, a wealth of new evidence has emerged that casts doubt on the official narrative of events as described by Clinton and other opinion shapers like Samantha Power and Philip Gurevich, author of the 1998 book, We Wish to Inform You That Tomorrow We Will Be Killed with Our Families, Stories from Rwanda. 5. A major problem with the official narrative that the Hutu did all the killing is the fact that the 1991 census in Rwanda listed 596,000 Tutsi living in the country, with 300,000 estimated to have survived. That would mean that 296,000 Tutsi were killed by Hutu and that the rest of the dead, over 500,000, were Hutu. 6 Researchers Alan Stam and Christian Davenport found that both Hutu and Tutsi were attackers as well as victims, and that the theaters where the killing was greatest correlated with spikes in military operations carried out by the Tutsi-led Rwandan Patriotic Front. 7. On February 6, 2008, a Spanish judge, Fernando Andrew Mireles, issued a 182-page report which found the RPF responsible for the deaths of 320,000 civilians in the war, 10 times more than had been claimed by Human Rights Watch researcher Alison Deforges, whose 590-page book, Leave None to Tell the Story, devoted only 12 pages to RPF crimes. 8 These killings continued in the months after the war, where Stephen Smith, an Africa specialist for the French magazine Liberation, estimated that between 17,000 and 25,000 Hutu were killed in the Gitarama district alone. Survivors told Smith that petrol and firewood was brought in by trucks with Ugandan license plates to assist the RPF in burning and burying the bodies of Hutu that had been executed. 9. Notably, Timothy Worth, the Undersecretary for Global Affairs in the Clinton administration, was given instructions to suppress a human rights investigation by Robert Gersony, an American consultant to the UN, detailing that the RPF in 3 prefectures had committed systematic and sustained killings and persecution of their civilian Hutu population, killing at least 30,000. One of their methods was to call Hutu residents to a meeting, and then massacre them all with grenades or manual instruments like machetes and nail-studded clubs. 10 The US and UN also ignored a letter to the UN Commission of Inquiry by ex-RPF military officer Christophe Hakizimana, which claimed that the RPF was responsible for killing as many as 2 million Hutu in Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of Congo, and that by indicting Hutus, the International Criminal Tribunal for Rwanda was focusing on the wrong side in the conflict. 11. The ICTR in fact could not provide enough evidence to convict Hutu suspects of any planned genocide. They found evidence of arms transfers from the Rwandan army to Hutu militias known as the Interahamwe, and that the Interahamwe had drawn up lists of suspected opponents of the Habyarimana regime, but such lists were not focused exclusively on ethnicity. An alleged genocide fax sent in January 1994 by General Romeo Dallaire, commander of UN peacekeeping forces, to another Canadian general, Paul Burrill, warning of a premeditated plot by Hutu extremists, has all the markings of a fabrication. 12 The fax did not surface until November 1995 when it was mysteriously sent to UN headquarters bearing the address of the British Military Academy at Sandhurst. The informant upon whom Dallaire based his information, Jean-Pierre Touratsins, was an Interahamwe defector married to a Tutsi who had been suspected of selling arms illegally to Burundi. Touratsins had ties to opposition parties and is believed to have been an RPF double agent tasked with penetrating the Interahamwe and spreading disinformation as part of a psychological warfare operation, something Kagame had studied at Ft. Leavenworth, Kansas. Dallaire claimed that Touratsins afterwards went back to the Interahamwe because he was disillusioned with Western inaction, but in fact he joined or rejoined the RPF in Tanzania and then was conveniently killed in battle. 13. What better way for Kagame to become a hero? The triggering event for the Rwanda genocide was the shooting down of the Hutu President Juvenal Habyarimana's airplane when he was returning from peace talks in Arusha, Tanzania. A power-sharing agreement had been worked out at the talks and blueprint established for fair elections in Rwanda, which Kagame and the RPF knew they would lose. The Clinton administration and media placed blame for the shooting down of Habyarimana's plane on Hutu extremists, led by Theoneste Bagasara. However, an 8-year investigation by French magistrate Jean-Louis Bruguière, along with other independent investigations, including one by an unappointed team, found that the RPF shot down Habyarimana's plane, and had launched a planned and coordinated assault on the Rwandan government afterwards. 14. The Rwandan army was found to have had radio signal intercepts recording an RPF commander stating that target is hit after the crash. In October 2011, RPF commander Paul Kagame's former aide, Theogene Rudasingwe, stated that Kagame told him with characteristic callousness and much glee that he had ordered Habyarimana's plane shot down. 15 Kagame's former military chief of staff, Faustin Nyamweza, and 6 other high-ranking RPF officers, have also testified that Kagame ordered the shoot-down of Habyarimana's plane. 16. Among them is former RPF captain Frank Tiga, who claims that he was with Kagame and others at Kanam Bay in late July 1994 when they were having drinks and boasting about the RPF's killing of Habyarimana. Kagame's former bodyguard, James Munyandanda, who had been charged with guarding the missiles, said that 2 RPF commandos, Eric Hakizimana and Frank Nziza, admitted to him in July 1994 that they had brought the missiles to Masaka and fired them at Habyarimana's jet. 17. In 2007, an RPF defector writing in the Uganda Free Press claimed that members of the RPF team that shot down President Habyarimana's plane were all killed in order to erase evidence of the crime. 2 members of the crew, Private Joseph Nyamtal and Bosco Ruminero, were hacked to death at a roadblock immediately after fleeing from the scene. The defector said that he survived based on luck after escaping from detention because of a careless guard, and had fled to Uganda. Journalist Judy Rever reported on the killing of Christophe Kayatar, who was allegedly stationed at the airport control tower to signal the arrival of Habyarimana's plane and communicated with the missile team in Masaka, and Eric Leandra Ndiaye, whose sister's home was used to hide the missiles used in the attack. 18. FBI Special Agent Jim Lyons said that RPF informants told him during his investigation that a network of agents put together by Kagame had plotted to shoot down the presidential aircraft, and that there was no evidence that the Hutu government was behind it. According to Lyons, what better way for Kagame to become a hero than to start the genocide himself by shooting down the plane and then marching into Kigali with his army and saving everybody. 19. The missiles recovered shortly after the crash were Russian-made SAM-16s, which the RPF, not the Rwandan army, was known to possess. 20 Belgian historian Philip Rentgens found that the serial number was identical to a missile that had been fired by the RPF in May 1991 but had failed to explode. About 3 weeks after the crash, local farmers found 2 SAM-16 single launchers in a valley near Masaka Hill within range of the airport that was accessible to the RPF. According to the Russian Military Prosecutor's Office, the launchers had been sold to Uganda by the USSR in 1987. 21. French Army Captain Paul Barrel, who served as an advisor to Habyarimana, claimed alternatively that the SAMs had Iraqi numerical markings and that after Operation Desert Storm, the CIA transferred the missiles to the RPF from seized Iraqi arms caches. The warehouse where they were stored and then reassembled in Kigali was rented by a Swiss front company tied to the CIA, according to a whistleblower's report published on the website intabaza.com. French Foreign Minister Alain Juppé and Defense Minister François Léotard also claimed that members of the RPF received specialized missile training near Phoenix, Arizona, which would indicate a direct American complicity. 22. Christopher Black, the lawyer for Augustin Ndindalimana, chief of staff of the gendarmerie under Habyarimana, who was acquitted of war crimes charges, alleged that Canadian General Romeo Dallaire, commander of the United Nations Assistance Mission for Rwanda, arranged for one axis of the runway at the airport to be closed at the request of the RPF, making it easier to shoot down the plane as it tried to land. 23. Dallaire had earlier turned a blind eye to the infiltration into Kigali of possibly 13,000 RPF combatants when they were permitted only 600 under the Arusha Peace Accord signed in October 1993, and was seen regularly in the company of RPF soldiers in his office. Dallaire's boss, Jacques Babeau, concluded that Dallaire abandoned his role as head of the military to play a political role. He violated the neutrality principle of UNAMIR by becoming an objective ally of one of the parties in the conflict. 24. According to J.E. Murphy, a former RPF intelligence officer writing under a pseudonym, the assassination bore the signature of Bill Clinton, the U.S. president. Clinton wanted Habyarimana killed for Kagame to take over the country no matter what cost. Important for Clinton was to get Mobutu out of Congo using Kagame and Museveni to carry out their mission. Several American corporations were interested in Congolese minerals, and the president had to enable them to get their piece of pie, and the only obstacle to that business was Mobutu, the dictator in Kinshasa who once was the cherished boy of United States. 25. After the plane crash, Kagame's RPF forces significantly circled around Kigali rather than heading south, where most of the Interahamwe killings were taking place. 26 According to Luke Marshall of UNAMIR, the RPF's military maneuvers had to have been pre-planned over weeks or months and could not simply have been in reaction to the first massacre of Tutsis, as the RPF claimed. 27. That the RPF did not halt the genocide, as it is often credited for, is further evidenced by the fact that Kagame refused the Rwandan government forces' repeated requests for a ceasefire to allow civilian protection measures. An ICTR witness recounted specific examples of General Kagame ordering his troops not to intervene to save civilians and of officers being removed from their command for attempting to do so. The greater the massacres, the better their justification for seizing power, a goal the US and UK government shared. 28. Rwanda, a central theater in the new Great Game. In October 1990, the Bush administration had supported the RPF's illegal invasion of Rwanda from Uganda, against the wishes of the U.S. ambassador to Uganda Robert Flatton, who had wanted to impose sanctions. 29 This invasion triggered the 3.5-year civil war which culminated with the April 1994 bloodletting and RPF's takeover of power. Harold Marwitz, USAID desk officer in East Africa from 1987 to 1991, reported that between 1989 and 1992, the Bush administration had provided almost $183 million in economic aid to Uganda, a higher amount than in the 27 years combined, enabling Uganda to channel increasing domestic resources into the war with Rwanda. 30. During Bush's last year in office, the White House asked Congress for a 33% increase in the international military education and training budget of $200,000 to train Ugandan President Museveni's officers, who were primarily Rwandan Tutsis. 31 In September 1992, a personal assistant to Museveni was apprehended by U.S. Customs trying to procure 400 U.S. TOW missiles and 34 launchers for the RPF in violation of a UN arms embargo. The Justice Department later dropped the case after being pressured by Clinton's State Department, suggesting the operation was overseen by the Pentagon or CIA. 32. The Hutu-Tutsi conflict had developed during the colonial era, when the Belgians helped to elevate the Tutsi to a privileged societal position. When the country achieved independence, Hutu intellectuals led by Gregoire Kayibanda, an ex-seminarian, spearheaded a movement to supplant the old Tutsi aristocracy, forcing many Tutsis, including a young Paul Kagame, into exile. From the squalor of refugee camps in Uganda, Burundi, and Tanzania, Tutsi exiles organized guerrilla forces in the hopes of recapturing their former privileged positions, and were often subjected to brutal reprisal killings in the late 1960s when the Hutu government was supported by the CIA. 33. Kagame and his circle had played a key role in supporting Ugandan President Yoweri Museveni as he fought a guerrilla war against socialist Milton Obote under the banner of the National Resistance Army. They then took up armed struggle against the Habyarimana regime after they had been cast off from the Ugandan army. Many of the techniques that they would apply in Rwanda and the later Congo wars were learned during the Ugandan Bush War, including the adoption of torture tactics and importance of carrying out political assassinations. A key turning point in Museveni's victory was his shooting down of the helicopter of one of Obote's top military commanders, David Oyotajok. 34. In October 1990, a dispute had erupted between Paul Kagame, who had earned the nickname Plato for his ruthlessness among NRA guerrillas, and RPF commander Fred Rwigema, who wanted to proceed with the invasion of Rwanda cautiously to first politicize the peasantry and get their rural masses on the RPF side. According to researcher Justin Podger, Rwigema was a brilliant man whose combination of royal legitimacy and revolutionary charisma made him a probable future national leader. Unfortunately, Rwigema was shot and killed by one of Kagame's confidants. Abdul Ruzabiza, an RPF veteran, stated that Kagame found himself at the head of an army that did not accept him. He maintained his rule through terror, assassination, imprisonment, and executions. 35. In the parts of Rwanda that RPF rebels controlled in 1992 to 1993, massacres of Hutu civilians were widely known but little reported in major Western media. According to Major Furuma Alphonse, from the time of the Arusha peace agreement up until around 1996, Kagame carried out a deliberate policy of using all means possible to reduce the Hutu population in the Umutura, Kibongo, and Bugesera regions, a policy of ethnic cleansing. 36. During the Cold War, the US had supported the Hutu governments of Rwanda because the Tutsi had supported pro-Lumumba forces in the Congo and were considered leftists with close ties to the Chinese. However, by the late 1980s, France had begun to support the Habyarimana regime, which the State Department criticized for its elephantine bureaucratic procedure and a go-slow bureaucratic mentality which hindered private enterprise. 37. Rwanda by the early 1990s had become the central theater of a reinvigorated Great Game pitting the US and UK against France in the struggle for control of Central Africa's mineral wealth. The Democratic Republic of Congo, whose aged leader Joseph Mobutu was on the way out, was the ultimate prize. Kagame was considered America's man in the Great Lakes and the fair-haired boy of British intelligence and the CIA, according to FBI agent Jim Lyons. 38. After receiving training in psychological warfare operations at Ft. Leavenworth, he allegedly planned the October 1990 invasion of Rwanda in Uganda with Roger Winter, executive director of the U.S. Committee for Refugees and an alleged CIA agent, along with British CIS officers and David Kimchi of the Israeli Mossad. 39. Notably, Roger Winter was decorated by Kagame at the July 4, 2012, celebration of the 18th anniversary of the RPF's victory in Rwanda. In the early 1980s, he had supported the national resistance movement in Uganda led by Yoweri Museveni, Uganda's current leader, as well as Kagame and the Hemi Tutsi elite, who fought against Uganda's then President Milton Obote. For the remainder of the decade, Winter worked to advance the militant plans of the Rwandan Tutsi elite, which had been expelled from Rwanda when the Hutu took over in the 1960s. Winter helped establish U.S. Committee for Refugees funding for RPF propaganda tracts and the RPF's journal, Impuruza, running from 1982 to 1994, which dehumanized the Hutu people, and organized a major conference of Tutsi exiles in Washington, D.C., in 1988, where a military solution to the Tutsi problem was decided. In 1992, Winter put Kagame in touch with high-ranking bureaucrats in the U.S. State Department and allegedly briefed Clinton administration officials on the RPF's military achievements when he was on the war's front lines. 40. According to Bernard Lugan, a French historian and editor of the online journal L'Afrique Real, Winter was present at Kagame's headquarters at Mulundy on the night of April 6, 1994, when the plane crash occurred. According to Ugandan dignitary Remigius Kintu, Roger Winter was the chief logistics boss for Tutsis until their victory in 1994. Winter allegedly told a South Sudanese exile at the time, "I have now stabilized Rwanda and will turn my full attention to Sudan." 41. Enabling genocide. During the heart of the genocide in April 1994, political analyst Wayne Madsen noted that the United States could have easily brought the RPF to a ceasefire and leveraged France, Zaire, and Kenya to do the same with their Hutu allies. 42. America's main priority, however, was not a negotiated settlement but getting its man in the Great Lakes in power. Commerce Secretary Ron Brown said openly in May 1995 that the United States would no longer concede African markets to traditional colonial powers. 43. The narrative that the U.S. was a bystander to genocide is false. The Pentagon admitted that it had provided military training to the RPF beginning in January 1994, 3 months before the mass killings, partly in response to France's military assistance to the Hutu gendarme. 44 In April 1994, 330 U.S. Marines and 7 aircraft landed at Burundi's Bujumbura airport. Their mission was to evacuate Americans from Rwanda, although U.S. Navy Captain Gordon Peterson said there were no reports of specific threats against U.S. citizens. 45 In Mombasa Harbor, 4 U.S. military ships offloaded material said to be humanitarian aid but rumored to be weapons for overland transport to Rwanda. 46. In June 1994, over 200 American soldiers were deployed to rebuild and control Kigali's airport and provided military training, satellite surveillance, and arms to the RPF. 47 The total of American troops was later increased to 800. A U.S. soldier from Texas said that we are not supposed to let our families know that we were sent to Rwanda. Another soldier from Connecticut allegedly said, "Human rights and democracy are none of our concerns. We are concerned with making sure that Kagame's regime is well planted and can survive." 48. By the end of July 1994, Washington had awarded diplomatic recognition to the RPF and begun dispatching large-scale aid. 49 National Security Council advisor Anthony Lake visited Rwanda to assure support. 50 A sophisticated communications system was shipped from a U.S. military support facility at Uganda's Entebbe airport under the cover of a humanitarian relief operation to the U.S. Embassy in Kigali, which French intelligence sources claimed housed a listening post run by the Defense Intelligence Agency. The humanitarian relief operation achieved very little, leading many to believe that it gave priority to military, intelligence, and psychological warfare operations. 51. In 1995, American aid to Rwanda totaled over $140 million. Among other things, it went to paying off World Bank and IMF arrears so that their $100 million programs could resume, re-equipping 11 ministries, caring for unaccompanied children, funding demining, restructuring the Ministry of Justice, combating HIV/AIDS, promoting women's economic development in the rural areas, and expanding police training. 52. On August 7, 1995, Defense Secretary William J. Perry wrote a letter to Paul Kagame stating, "I am pleased with the progress you have made and I am especially happy that the U.S. has been able to play a role in that reconstruction." Perry continued, "When we met in August and again when you visited me last December, I said that I would do what I can to help. You asked me to assist you win support within my government for lifting the arms embargo. I have done so. I said that I understand and strongly support your request for training to help professionalize and downsize your country's army. Our training of your soldiers at Newport and soon in Kigali regarding the role of militaries in civil societies is an important first step. I fully agree with Ambassador David Rawson's request for training in such areas as intelligence, counterinsurgency, leadership development, logistic, management and administration. I intend to advocate initiating such training as soon as possible. The next logical step to this training would be a series of combined exercises and I will pursue that with General Jalwin at the appropriate time. 53. On November 6, 1995, Mr. Perry sent another letter to Mr. Kagame saying, "Over the past several months, we have worked very hard with our colleagues both in the executive branch and in Congress on the resumption of a formal IMET program this coming year. I am confident that Rwanda's officers and soldiers will enjoy the fruits of formal training alongside American soldiers at U.S. military schools next year. We have also arranged for our European command to offer you a joint combined exercise for training for next year in Rwanda. 54. No concern was shown in Perry's letters about how this military aid and counterinsurgency training might be used. Nor with the plight of tens of thousands of displaced Hutu refugees who were mercilessly hunted down and killed by the RPF in the forests of Congo under the pretext that they were all genocidaires plotting the re-invasion of Rwanda. 55. The Clinton administration was actively supporting the RPF at a time that it was implicated in these systemic massacres. Kagame deployed assassination teams against rivals, killed witnesses prepared to give evidence about the Habyarimana assassination or other crimes, and oversaw a massive penal complex where Hutu suspects died like flies in overcrowded cells. Kagame and the RPF further developed open-air crematorium to more efficiently dispose of the bodies of all the Hutu that they had killed. 56. Despite a glistening capital built with stolen Congolese loot and high ranking on the World Bank's Ease for Doing Business Index, Rwanda was the second poorest country in East Africa with a per capita income of $697.30. Its per capita GDP ranked 197th out of 213 countries, below Zimbabwe under Robert Mugabe. Youth unemployment or underemployment topped 40%, imports quadrupled exports, and 44% of children under 5 had stunted growth. 57 But still for Bill Clinton, Kagame was one of the greatest leaders of our time. 58. Deploying post-genocide Rwanda against the Democratic Republic of Congo. The US and Great Britain were key sponsors of the Rwandan-Ugandan invasion of Congo, which resulted in the death of an estimated 5 million Congolese and rape and wounding of tens of thousands more. Emma Bonino, European Commissioner for Humanitarian Aid, spoke of incomprehensible carnage and accused Kagame's army and its proxies of having transformed the entire region into a slaughterhouse. The spoils from Colton alone in 2000 was estimated to be between $80 and $100 million, the total of Rwanda's entire defense budget. The UN estimated that up to 70% of coltan exported from Congo was mined under the direct surveillance of the RPF. 59. The original goal of the invasion, considered by locals as part of an international plot to weaken a major African country, was to overthrow the regime of Joseph Mobutu, a longtime U.S. client who supported the Hutu and increasingly came to favor French, Belgian, and South African companies over American and Canadian ones. 60 When Clinton took office, the U.S. was looking for a Zaire untainted by Mobutu, as a State Department official put it. 61 They found him in Laurent Kabila, an ex-Marxist rebel turned diamond smuggler who once fought with Che Guevara as part of the Simba Rebellion. Mobutu crushed the latter rebellion with the aid of the CIA. Now, however, the US used Rwanda and Uganda to replace Mobutu with Kabila after they invaded Congo in October 1996. During Kabila's march on Kinshasa, he was in regular contact with Peter Whaley of the US Embassy in Kigali. Their meetings in the field were so frequent that the conflict became known as Whaley's War in some diplomatic circles. 62. In a July 1997 interview, Paul Kagame said that he informed the State Department in August 1996 that Rwanda was ready to dismantle Hutu refugee camps in eastern Congo if the international community failed to remove them, and said the Clinton administration took the decision to let it happen. 63 The Clinton administration further contributed over $100 million in military and other assistance to Kabila, importing $282 million worth of oil, minerals, and other goods from Congo at that time. Business deals were arranged with Kabila's finance commissioner, Mwanananga Mwampanga, who was educated in Kentucky and had business contacts in the U.S. 64. In time, however, Kabila proved to be too independent, rediscovering his revolutionary spirit by reviving some of Patrice Lumumba's old policies. The Wall Street Journal reported that Kabila's nationalizations sent a worrying signal to foreign companies that are eager to do business in this mineral-rich country. 65 These companies were also upset by concessions that Kabila offered to the Chinese with whom he had a long relationship with. Subsequently, Kabila was murdered by his adopted son, Joseph, a Rwandan quisling who had close ties to RPF commanders such as James Kabarebe. 66 Maurice Carney, director of the NGO Friends of the Congo, said that Kabila served as a toll gate for Western corporate interests, sell off Congo's riches for pennies on the dollar. 67. The Pentagon and CIA provided over $10 million in arms to post-genocide Rwanda and Uganda, including through a CIA-run airline, Mountain, which helped evacuate wounded soldiers, and installed a command and communications center in Kigali and in the coastal areas of Uganda to help support their invasion and plunder of the Congo. The National Security Agency supplied Kagame with a portable encrypted Motorola satellite phone from which he could receive advice and intelligence from the US government, and the CIA provided satellite imagery of refugee movements, some of it free of charge through the defense contractor Bechtel. 68 In February 1997, 160,000 Hutu refugees were spotted through this technology and subsequently attacked in a swampy area known as Tingi. 69 Another private firm, Ronco, consisting largely of former U.S. Special Forces, provided explosives, armored vehicles, and transport trucks in contravention of a UN arms embargo. Ronco's vehicles assisted in moving RPF troops from Uganda into Rwanda and later from Rwanda into Zaire. The Americans covered their tracks by insisting that the contract was for the removal of landmines. 70 American Special Forces and private contractors such as Military Professional Resources Incorporated provided counterinsurgency training to RPF and Ugandan fighters guilty of atrocities against unarmed civilians. The training was carried out at a U.S. military base near Cyangugu, Rwanda on the Congolese border, constructed partly by the politically connected U.S. firm of Kellogg, Brown and Root, a subsidiary of Halliburton. 71 A senior U.S. Embassy official in Kigali described the Special Forces training program as killers, training killers. One of the recipients, Fred Abingara, had overseen the massacre of civilians at Byumba Soccer Stadium and at Kibho in southwest Rwanda, where between 4,000 and 8,000 civilians were killed in April 1995. The Ugandan fighters were issued American-made uniforms and night vision goggles, as Pentagon officials and old CIA hands were spotted in Kigali and Kampala. A few Americans also reportedly made incursions into Zaire, and some, according to French intelligence sources, participated in massacres of Hutu refugees. 2 Green Berets were reportedly killed. French intelligence claimed that American C-130 gunships machine-gunned refugee camps, though this is hard to corroborate. 72 Journalist Wayne Madsen reported on a 1998 visit that he could hardly avoid encountering uniformed and non-uniformed U.S. military personnel in the hotels in Kampala and Kigali. An Israeli agent working with U.S. intelligence to assist Kabila's forces was also reportedly killed. The International Rescue Committee may have helped provide a cover for CIA operations in support of Joseph Kabila's rebels. Kabila himself was advised by Robert Stewart, a Bechtel executive. 73 One of the top war profiteers, American Mineral Fields, was headquartered in Hope, Arkansas, Clinton's hometown. The Washington Post reported that it planned to explore southern Zaire's copper and cobalt deposits, create the world's largest zinc smelter, and build a plant to produce acid for refining with Kabila's cooperation. 74 The first foreign firm to sign a contract with Kabila's forces was American Diamond Buyers, a subsidiary of AMF, which did hundreds of thousands of dollars in business immediately thereafter. 75 AMF CEO Gene Raymond Bull had been a guest at Clinton's first White House inauguration. He had promoted a venture digging for diamonds in Arkansas in the 1980s when then-Governor Clinton approved Bull's drilling in the Arkansas State Park. The CEO of Bull's main investor, Robertson Stevens Investment Management Company, Sanford Robertson, gave hundreds of thousands of dollars to Democratic Party causes and hosted fundraisers for Clinton. 76 Another company that received mining concessions was Barrick Gold, which appointed Clinton's chief of staff, Vernon Jordan, to its International Advisory Board. 77 During Clinton's March 1998 visit to the Great Lakes, he was accompanied by Maurice Templesman, a diamond merchant married for a period to Jackie Kennedy Onassis, who had lucrative investments in the Congo and had employed former CIA station chief Larry Devlin, who was behind the ascendancy of Joseph Mobutu in the 1960s. 78 The nightmare for Congolese continued in the 1990s when Kanambe's U.S.-backed army was blamed for at least 134 mass killings targeting Mai Mai and other resistance forces in the occupied North Kivu province. Kanambe poisoned and killed many of his rivals, among them trade union and human rights activists and priests, and even killed his own sister. 79 In the gold and diamond-rich Ituri province, Ugandan militias killed some 50,000 locals between 1998 to 2003 and displaced 500,000 as they looted property, committed murders, and grabbed land, in the words of journalist Helen C. Epstein, and as villagers were raped, herded into churches and burned alive. 80 similar abuses were carried out by Rwandan militias headed by such notorious figures as Laurent Nkunda and Boko Ntaganda, who were accused of recruiting child soldiers as young as 12.81. The Clinton administration was complicit in these crimes. It had helped bring to power and supported the post-genocide Rwandan and Ugandan governments, and sponsored their invasion of Congo, which it had helped mastermind. Chapter 13. The Third Conquest of Latin America. In October 1997, Bill Clinton made his first trip to Latin America as president, making Venezuela his first stop. The country had recently become the largest exporter of oil to the United States, surpassing Saudi Arabia, after privatizing its petroleum sector. Venezuela's president, Rafael Caldera, was a Christian Democrat who acquiesced to an IMF-supported austerity and privatization program that was designed to curb inflation and ease the deficit. Accompanied by his special Latin American envoy, Thomas F. Mac McClarty 3,1, a former Arkansas natural gas executive and boyhood chum, Clinton was there to promote a bilateral investment plan that would privilege U.S. corporate interests, while doubling Venezuela's oil production, which concerned environmentalists. Point 2. From Caracas, Clinton went on to visit with the presidents of Brazil and Argentina, who both promoted the so-called Washington Consensus, or conservative economic policies which privileged free trade and foreign investment, along with deregulatory measures and privatization. A long-term goal was the establishment of a new free trade zone for all of the Americas, the Free Trade Agreement of the Americas, which was christened in 2005.3. The French Le Figaro editorialized that Clinton appeared to have adopted Calvin Coolidge's old doctrine that the business of America is business. For when Clinton came back from his trip, the House of Representatives launched an investigation into his association with the right-wing Venezuelan banker, Orlando Castro Lainez, who had contributed $50,000 to Clinton's 1992 election campaign and $100,000 to Clinton and other Democrats through his U.S. advisor, Attorney Charles Intr Yago. In 1994, when the Venezuelan banking system collapsed, Castro Lainez was forced to flee Venezuela to avoid charges of bank fraud. Point 5. Clinton packaged himself publicly as the first U.S. president in 2 generations who was free of the virus of a U.S. obsession with communism that has poisoned hemispheric relations for half a century, as a leading Latin American analyst termed it. Point 6. An Italian correspondent called Clinton's 1997 South American trip, coming 40 years after the protests against then Vice President Richard Nixon, a public relations masterpiece. Point 7. Clinton had tried to burnish his progressive image by laying a wreath on the tomb of Simon Bolivar, the great Latin American liberator, during the trip, and later offered some acknowledgement of past misdeeds, such as the CIA's 1954 coup in Guatemala. Point 8. But Clinton was not greeted favorably everywhere he went. In Brazil, for example, where the country's assets were put up for sale by President Cardoso under a large-scale privatization initiative, Clinton's limousine was pelted by protesters with manure. Point 9. The era of the Monroe Doctrine had not generally ended. Latin America became a crucial showpiece for a new dollar diplomacy in the 1990s and received loads of high-tech weaponry that was used to repress social movements. Point 10. In August 1997, Clinton ended a 20-year policy of restricting transfers of advanced weapons such as combat aircraft to Latin America, a decision welcomed by U.S. military contractors. Point 11. Lockheed Martin at the time was vying for a $500 million Chilean contract for 20 combat aircraft in competition with French Mirage 2000s and Russian MiG-29s. A U.S. government official stated that the Chilean deadline was a driving force in the timing of the decision. Massachusetts Representative Nita Lowry, who had introduced legislation prohibiting the sale of aircraft in the region, stated that the U.S. must not allow McDonnell Douglas and Lockheed Martin to dictate our foreign policy. 12. Which under Clinton, to a large extent, it did. According to historian Greg Grandin, Clinton carried forward the legacy of Ronald Reagan in presiding over the third conquest of Latin America, resulting from large-scale privatization programs beginning in the 1980s that led to the selling off of Latin American state assets to private capitalists and intensified looting of its resources by multinational corporations and foreigners. 13 U.S. cultural penetration intensified with the popularity of the Backstreet Boys and Jennifer Lopez, and the spread of American chains like Walmart and McDonald's in Latin America. 14. Total U.S. private direct investment on the continent significantly increased by 237% in the 1990s, from $71 billion to $239 billion, while the number of Latin Americans living in poverty increased by almost 7%, from 200 million to almost 214 million. Unemployment rates nearly doubled from 4.6% in 1990 to 8.6% in 1999, and forested areas were depleted at a rate 2 times greater than in the rest of the world. 15. These statistics epitomize the failings of the Clinton administration's foreign policy in Latin America and Washington Consensus, which enriched certain segments of the population while fueling greater social inequality and environmental despoliation. This notably fueled the regeneration of the political left, reflecting popular disaffection with the neoliberal economic program advanced by Clinton. Devastating Haiti. During the 2016 election campaign, Republican contender Donald Trump referenced the hatred for the Clintons in Haiti he had encountered among Haitians he met in Florida. While Trump is known for blowing hot air and himself cared little about the Haitian people, he was right about the antipathy towards the Clintons. In March 2010, Bill Clinton publicly apologized for forcing Haiti to drop tariffs on imported subsidized U.S. rice during his time in office, which wiped out Haitian rice farming and seriously damaged Haiti's ability to be self-sufficient. It may have been good for some of my farmers in Arkansas, but it has not worked. It was a mistake, Clinton said. I have to live every day with the consequences of the lost capacity to produce a rice crop in Haiti to feed those people, because of what I did. 16 The two largest beneficiaries were Rice Mill and Riceland Foods, one of the largest rice exporters in the world, headquartered in Stuttgart, Arkansas. The CEOs of both companies were donors to Clinton's presidential campaigns. 17. The liberalized trade policy had been adopted in 1995 by Haitian President Jean-Bertrand Aristide, who had been restored to power a year earlier with the support of the U.S. military. Aristide was a populist priest with a strong base among Haiti's poor. After acceding to power in 1990 following years of misrule under the Duvaliers, Aristide was ousted in a coup d'état, which the Bush I administration had supported covertly. Raoul Cedras replaced Aristide as the head of state. During the interim years, CIA assets in the army and police carried out a reign of terror, targeting supporters of Aristide's Lavalais party in the urban slums. 18 According to CIA Director James Woolsey, the CIA had a big problem with Aristide. It considered him a mentally disturbed guy and murderer. You don't know what he could do if he goes off his medication. 19. In September 1994, with support from the Congressional Black Caucus, Clinton authorized the deployment of some 20,000 Marines to Haiti to remove what he called the most brutal, the most violent regime anywhere in our hemisphere, a regime guilty of executing children, raping women, killing priests, and of slaying orphans. 11 months earlier, the Clinton administration had been humiliated when the USS Harlan had sailed into Port-au-Prince and was forced to turn around when it was greeted by a mob of Cedras supporters waving machetes and pitchforks who chanted Somalia. Somalia. 20. The supposed humanitarian imperative of the September 1994 invasion, whose goal was the removal of the bastard Cedras regime, won over liberal opinion shapers who had opposed the Vietnam War. An example was New York Times columnist Anthony Lewis, who characterized the intervention as an amazing success. 21 Michael Tomasky, the editor of The New Republic and a contributor to the New York Review of Books, said that it set a precedent that the U.S. was capable of a quick and successful humanitarian intervention. 22. Operation Uphold Democracy, however, was carried out in violation of international law and the U.S. War Powers Act, which required congressional authorization, and helped undermine Haiti's economic sovereignty. 23 On the day of the invasion, the UN's Haiti negotiator Dante Caputo resigned, denouncing the unilateral action of the US as part of a scenario planned long before, and saying the US treatment of the Haitian military regime with honor and as heroes of the film was scandalous. 24. This concerned the reference to the ruling military junta as honorable partners by U.S. Special Envoys Jimmy Carter and Colin Powell, who had been sent by Clinton to negotiate the surrender of the military junta prior to the Marine landing. An outrageously generous asylum package was arranged which enabled them to live comfortably in the U.S. 25 U.S. troops in Haiti cooperated closely with leading pro-coup families in the business elite like the Mevs and the Boulas, and went out of their way to protect right-wing paramilitary groups who were never formally disarmed while spying on Aristide and his supporters. Journalist Alan Nairn concluded that the main aim of the occupation, rather than restoring Aristide's power and functioning democracy, was to prevent the Haitian population from taking politics into its own hands and to forestall the danger of radical mass mobilization. The United States intends to contain Haiti's popular movement by force if necessary. The objective, in the words of one U.S. Army psychological operations official, is to see to it that Haitians don't get the idea that they can do whatever they want. 26. Like in the first U.S. Marine invasion of Haiti under President Woodrow Wilson in 1917, U.S. military advisors were given a desk in most of the country's ministries. A Pennsylvania banker inside the finance ministry who worked previously in Panama and Kuwait helped open up the central bank. 27 The Clinton administration pushed for the institution of a structural adjustment program that included the sale of public utilities and publicly owned businesses and reduced the already pitifully inadequate public services. 28 Funding was poured into the private sector through a program directed by Ira Lowenthal, an American anthropologist with connections in the Haitian business community whom a former Aristide aide likened to the new governor of Haiti. Scores of labor unions and neighborhood groups were co-opted, shifting from demanding higher wages and denouncing U.S. imperialism to thanking Bill Clinton for intervening in Haiti. Clinton's Deputy Secretary of State, an old Oxford pal, Strobe Talbot, explained in 1995 that, even after our exit in February 1996, we will remain in charge by means of the USAID and the private sector. 29. When Aristide tried to raise the minimum wage from $1 a day, the Clinton administration blocked him. A USAID official stated that Haiti wasn't ready to consider an increase in the minimum wage. 30. The Clinton administration further thwarted every effort by Aristide to prosecute crimes committed during the coup regime of Raoul Cedras and worked to limit the power of the National Commission for Truth and Justice, which Aristide established in March 1995 to investigate human rights abuses under the coup regime. With Aristide's abolishment of the Haitian army, the Clinton administration replicated an old Cold War strategy of ramping up funding for the National Police, which was then equipped with military-style weapons and mobilized against Aristide. 31 The training was headed by Raymond Kelly, a Vietnam combat veteran who had promoted high-tech surveillance and stop-and-frisk policies as New York City Police Commissioner that led to an expansion of racial profiling. 32 Guy Philippe, a key commander in the Haitian police with whom Kelly worked, was known for his links to the drug trade and involvement in human rights violations in the post-1991 coup period. Retired U.S. Sergeant Stan Goff, who led a special forces team in Haiti in autumn 1994, confirmed that the CIA was recruiting sympathetic members of the former military into the new civilian police force throughout 1994 and 1995. More than 50% of the top police commissioners were recycled Haitian army personnel, while a group of reformist army officers who had refused to support the 1991 coup were purged. 33 In September 1996, the New York Times reported that while most U.S. troops had left Haiti, the U.S. continued to be deeply involved in the day-to-day management of this country and relied on the unilateral application of force to achieve its objectives. The U.S. seemed to be mounting a parallel security and support system, with Haiti's reluctant compliance, in order to turn Haiti into what one diplomat described as an American protectorate. 34 Jane Reagan wrote in Covert Action Quarterly about a permanent irreversible invasion run by USAID, the World Bank and National Endowment for Democracy, whose troops were technicians and experts, furthered by weapons development projects and lots of money, which was spent with the goal of bringing Haiti into the New World Order appendaged to the US as a source for markets and cheap labor. 35. USAID's Haiti programs tellingly focused on agribusiness and US investment rather than peasant farming, thereby undermining food security. The agency held up an allotment of aid until Haiti's cement and flour mills were sold, and hired a public relations firm to sell the virtues of privatization to the Haitian public. 36. In 1996, Aristide was succeeded by René Préval, who advanced privatization initiatives that sold off public assets to wealthy investors. Countering such policies, Aristide co-authored Eyes of the Heart, Seeking a Path for the Poor in the Age of Globalization, which accused the IMF and World Bank of working on behalf of wealthy nations rather than the poor. He called for a culture of global solidarity to eliminate poverty and as an alternative to neoliberal economic policies championed by the U.S. 37. After having returned to power, Aristide was once again removed and exiled to South Africa in a 2004 coup backed by the Bush administration. These events were a culmination of the decade-and-a-half U.S. campaign of intervention against him and his left-wing ideals. Clinton's lack of regard for human rights was apparent in his administration's treatment of Haitian refugees trying to come to the United States. During the 1992 presidential campaign, Clinton had condemned the Bush administration's use of the U.S. Coast Guard to return Haitian refugees escaping the vicious post-coup government and poverty on the island as cruel. However, in June 1993, once again he broke a promise by announcing his continuation of Bush's policy. 38. It wasn't as if he didn't recognize, at the time, what was cruel. Clinton went further than Bush by instituting mandatory HIV testing and then segregating those who tested positive. He then created the world's first HIV detention camp at Guantanamo Bay, where conditions were horrible. As political analyst Nathan J. Robinson described it, the facility was a leaky barracks with poor sanitation, surrounded by razor wire and guard towers, and was overrun with snakes, lizards, and scorpions. Refugees that were gravely ill were deprived life-saving medical care, resulting in a huge number unnecessary early deaths. When the detainees mounted a hunger strike, the ringleader was put in solitary confinement. One refugee recalled that, "We had been asking them to remove the barbed wire, the children were playing near it, they were falling and injured themselves. The food they were serving us, including canned chicken, had maggots in it. And yet they insisted we eat it. And it was for these reasons that we started holding demonstrations. In response they began to beat us." 39. Clinton has never apologized for all this, despite the fact that a judge called the treatment of the refugees outrageous, callous, and reprehensible while criticizing Clinton for imposing on refugees the kind of indefinite detention usually reserved for spies and murderers. The Haitians' plight is a tragedy of immense proportion and their continued detainment is totally unacceptable to this court. 40. Given the foregoing, it is not surprising that during the 2016 election Donald Trump would state that the Clinton name was not well received in Haiti. Clinton compounded his poor reputation there during the 2010 earthquake when he used his position as head of the interim Haiti Recovery Commission team to help secure government contracts for donors to the Clinton Foundation and other cronies like Hillary's brother Hugh Rodham. This was a part of a Reconstruction gold rush, as a cable from the U.S. ambassador at the time, Kenneth Merton, described it, which enriched foreign companies and investors, often at the expense of the local population. 41. In 2011, The Nation reported that makeshift trailers provided by the Clinton Foundation, which were to be used as temporary classrooms and hurricane-proof shelters, had been badly built and contained dangerous levels of formaldehyde. The company that built them, Clayton Homes, had been sued by the U.S. government after Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans for providing similarly defective trailers. Clayton Homes was owned by Berkshire Hathaway, the holding company owned by Warren Buffett, one of the notable private sector members of the Clinton Global Initiative, and a prominent Clinton dynasty supporter and fundraiser. 42 This incident epitomizes the consequences of a pay-to-play political system, where corrupt players use their political connections to gain wealth, and the people of impoverished countries like Haiti are left to suffer. Hammering Fidel, Clinton and Cuba. With Cuba's economy devastated by the collapse of the Soviet Union, a triumphalist spirit prevailed in Washington as the Clinton administration saw an opportunity to achieve the long-held U.S. goal of regime change. Shortly after Clinton took office, Secretary of State Warren Christopher gave voice to the administration's perspective when he said that Cuba's failure was everywhere and for all to see, with the desperate flight of Cuban refugees crossing treacherous seas in flimsy rafts. According to Christopher, Cubans were seeing their economy collapse, suffocated by the state's centralized control over all aspects of life and squandering of their resources on a bloated military machine. Now, without the $6 billion in annual Soviet aid that once kept Cuba's economy afloat, Cuba is in dramatic free fall. The regime has lost its allies, its subsidies, its lifeline as Castro continues to rule through oppression and repression. But Cubans should not be left behind while their neighbors all prosper. 43. Clinton himself had a history of hostility to the Cuban Revolution and refugee population, which continued during his presidency. He endorsed a bill by Senator Robert Torricelli pushing for an expanded embargo on Cuba that would block other countries from trading with it. Torricelli claimed that the law would cause Castro to fall within weeks because Cuba's economy had already been severely debilitated by the collapse of the Soviet Union. 44. In a 1993 interview, an anonymous Clinton staffer told researchers Peter Kornbluh and Philip Brenner that Clinton's Cuba policy was made by the political staff and not foreign policy specialists. During the 1992 presidential campaign, Clinton allegedly had been propositioned by Jorge Mas Canosa, head of the powerful Cuban-American National Foundation, that if he endorsed Torricelli's bill, Canosa would provide entry for him into Little Havana's wealthy political world. Clinton subsequently spoke at a fundraiser in Miami on April 23, which netted him over $100,000. He said that he liked the Torricelli bill and that the Bush administration had missed a big opportunity to put the hammer down on Fidel Castro. 45. In the election, Clinton won 20% of the Cuban-American vote, an increase from the 5% won by Michael Dukakis in 1988. 46 Canosa later vetoed Clinton's nomination of Mario Beza as Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs because he was allegedly soft on Castro. At a 1994 Miami fundraiser, the Democratic National Committee got over $500,000 from Cuban Americans, whose votes were crucial to Clinton's 1996 re-election campaign in Florida. 47. Clinton returned the favor by not only expanding the embargo on Cuba but also adopting measures to heighten travel restrictions and reduce remittances. The CIA continued to provide weapons and explosives to paramilitary groups in Florida, which launched at least one terrorist attack on Cuba in October 1994, ending in the death of a fisherman and capture of the attackers by Cuban authorities. 48 On December 26, 1996, Cuba accused the U.S. of staging a biological attack by using a crop duster to spread insects over the island. 49 When 30,000 refugees tried to flee the island because of its economic collapse, Clinton agreed to increase the number of legal Cuban immigrants allowed into the U.S. annually while permitting the U.S. Coast Guard to halt those who attempted to enter illegally. Those interdicted at sea were sent either to another country or to the U.S. naval base at Guantanamo Bay. On March 12, 1996, Clinton signed the Helms-Burton Bill into law, tightening the U.S. embargo against Cuba further and permitting Cubans who had become U.S. citizens to sue in U.S. courts anyone who had purchased property once belonging to them in Cuba but was then confiscated by the Castro regime after the revolution. Fidel Castro characterized Helms-Burton as a shameful act paving the way for economic genocide. It increased support for Cuban exile groups, barred trade with Cuba by any U.S. company regardless of where it was based, and made it official U.S. policy to support regime change in Cuba. NED, AID, and the CIA consequently intensified their coordinated programs targeting Cuban civil society. 50. Clinton initially opposed Helms-Burton but changed his mind after the Cuban Air Force shot down 2 civilian aircraft attempting to shower the island with anti-Castro leaflets, which Cuba claimed had violated Cuban airspace. 51 The Helms-Burton Act was opposed by the National Association of Manufacturers and European American Chamber of Commerce, which saw it as a threat to U.S. export markets and investment, and felt it would clog the courts and be costly for U.S. taxpayers. 52 The Council of Europe, the European Union, Britain, Canada, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, and other U.S. allies believed that it ran counter to the spirit of international law and sovereignty. 53 Syndicated columnist Mike Royko wrote an alternative speech in which Clinton acknowledged that the aircraft that were shot down after trying to shower the island with anti-Castro leaflets had no right to violate Cuban airspace, and admitted that the Miami Cubans wanted to return to the pre-Castro order during which they and their elders had prospered as part of the wealthy class that supported dictator Fulgencio Batista. Royko wrote that, with Batista with his graft, corruption, gambling, prostitution, and police death squads, there was something for everyone from the American mafia to the big sugar companies to the elite class of Cubans. Something for everyone but the peasant class and the students who challenged the evil they saw. Ah, the good old days. 54 Of course, Clinton would never have given this speech, because the Miami Cubans would have then called him an enemy of freedom if he had pulled their support, and Clinton would have lost the forthcoming election. Covering up for atrocities in Central America and supporting yet more. Bill Clinton clearly would have been implicated in the Iran-Contra scandal if a full investigation into his activities as governor of Arkansas had ever been carried out. It was not surprising, then, that during his presidency, Clinton's administration would undertake damage control and seek to whitewash U.S. government crimes during the 1980s in Central America. Iran-Contra whistleblower Al Martin points out that Clinton retained the unusually high number of 1,100 Reagan and Bush-era officials, over two-thirds of whom had been alleged, during a congressional hearing or some lawsuit, to have been involved in the Iran-Contra cover-up, the destruction of documents, or manipulation of witnesses. 55 While apologizing for U.S. support for military dictatorships over 3 decades in Guatemala, Clinton administration officials repeatedly denied information to U.S. lawyer Jennifer Harberry regarding the fate of her husband, a Guatemalan guerrilla commander who had been tortured and killed by an Army colonel and former paid agent of the CIA during Guatemala's dirty wars in the 1980s. 56 The Pentagon at the same continued to finance Guatemala's army and intelligence services, which dominated the civilian administration, under the pretext of anti-drug operations. 57 In July 1993, Secretary of State Warren Christopher commissioned a report on U.S. policy in El Salvador in the 1980s, which a number of prominent Democratic congressmen explicitly called a whitewash. Though criticizing the State Department's handling of the El Mozote massacre, in which 900 civilians were killed by a U.S.-trained El Salvadoran Army unit, the report accepted as legitimate U.S. policy objectives and rejected accusations that U.S. diplomatic officials regularly lied to Congress about human rights violations in order to maintain the flow of military aid, and even complimented Washington for promoting human rights in El Salvador. 58 George S. Vest, who directed the report, stated that, "In principle, in my heart, I'm with the people who wanted human rights to be our sole priority, but in the real world, you don't have the luxury of having an absolute choice. The essential test is, to what extent did the policy succeed? This policy hasn't succeeded totally, but it's made some progress. El Salvador is a much better place to live in than it was when all this started." 59 Vermont Senator Patrick J. Leahy stated that the report glossed over the lies, half-truths, and evasion that we came to expect from the State Department during that period, an assessment that was corroborated by a UN Truth Commission finding that US-backed Salvadoran armed forces and allied paramilitary groups were responsible for most of the 13,562 reported murders and disappearances during El Salvador's civil war. 60 When Joe Moakley requested the declassification of Justice Department documents related to subjects explored in the Truth Commission, including U.S. support for Salvadoran death squads, and an FBI investigation of the right-wing National Republican Alliance Party's fundraising in the U.S., the Clinton administration stonewalled him. Alexander Watson, the Assistant Secretary of State for Inter-American Affairs, at the same time cast aspersions on the credibility of the diplomatic cables that the Clinton administration did release, which showed that a 1981 kidnapping plot targeting the head of Salvador's Football Federation had been hatched in the home of Salvadoran President Armando Calderón Sol of the Arena Party. 61. A wealthy lawyer who had been part of a 7-man neo-fascist group under the direction of Roberto D'Aubuisson that carried out death squad activities and acts of terrorism in the 1980s, Sol was favored by Clinton over Ruben Zamora, his left-wing Farabundo Martí National Liberation Front rival in Salvador's 1994 elections, because of Sol's promise to extend the market liberalization policies of his predecessor, Alfredo Cristiani. The latter came to include, a. privatization of El Salvador's banking, telecommunications, and electrical sectors along with public hospitals and pension funds, b. expansion of intellectual property rights to the benefit of foreign investors, c. reduction of tariffs, d. initiation of plans for the institution of the Central American Free Trade Agreement by 2005 as the Clinton administration wanted, and e. the removal of protection for local agriculture, which forced farmers to seek employment in low-wage maquiladoras set up for the benefit of multinational corporations. 62. These policies combined with the slashing of public services caused a spike in inequality, the growth of criminal gangs, and a flood of migration to the U.S. that Clinton dealt with harshly. 63. Clinton enjoyed close relations with Sol's successor, Francisco Flores Perez of the Arena Party, who adopted the U.S. dollar as El Salvador's currency and allowed the U.S. Southern Command beginning in August 2000 to fly aircraft out of the Comalapa Air Base near San Salvador under the pretext of the war on drugs. 64. Throughout the 1990s, Clinton extended over $50 million in police aid to El Salvador through the State Department's International Criminal Investigative Training Assistance Program. He did this even though the Arena government under Cristiani had violated 1992 peace agreements by allowing former members of the Treasury Police and National Guard linked to human rights abuses and death squads in the 1980s to join a revamped national police force, which was supposed to have been demilitarized and depoliticized. Human Rights Watch subsequently documented a rise in political murders of FMLN leaders and U.S. funding for a specialized investigative police and anti-narcotics unit that had a history of human rights abuses. 65. Trying to undo the Sandinista revolution. In the case of Nicaragua, rather than encouraging a process of national reconciliation between the left-wing Sandinistas and right-wing Contras who had fought in the 1980s war, Clinton's State Department, under the pressure of Congress, withheld aid in a manner that exacerbated divisions and made resolution of problems like those related to the redistribution of property more difficult. President Rafael Angel Calderón of Costa Rica said U.S. policy only helped worsen the situation in Nicaragua, while his foreign minister said the policy made the region feel punished. 66. In Nicaragua's 1996 election, the Clinton administration predictably sided against former Sandinista revolutionary leader Daniel Ortega, Ronald Reagan's old nemesis, whom the Wall Street Journal described as a fire-breathing Yankee hater and sworn enemy of oligarchs. 67. State Department spokesman Nicholas Burns chided Ortega for not being a Democrat, stating that while we do believe in redemption, we also remember the past. 68. Nicaraguans remembered the past too, and many considered Ortega a hero for leading the 1979 revolution against Somoza tyranny. 69. To counter Ortega, the Clinton administration supported conservative Arnaldo Alemán, a darling of the anti-Castro Cuban lobby and right-wing Nicaraguan exile community, who would be sentenced to a 20-year prison term in 2003 for money laundering, embezzlement and corruption. 70. A coffee grower and lawyer, Alemán had been arrested in 1980 for counter-revolutionary activities and claimed to have been interrogated and psychologically tortured by Sandinista Interior Minister Tomás Borga. He also claimed that while he was imprisoned in 1989, his family's farm was expropriated by the Sandinista government. After his election as mayor of Managua in 1990, Alemán was unremitting in his opposition to the Sandinistas. One of his first acts was to wash off revolutionary Sandinista murals of workers and peasants. He also turned off the gas to the eternal flame on the grave of Carlos Fonseca, a Sandinista martyr, causing Sandinistas to retaliate by destroying the mayor's office. 71. President Alemán continued his mission of undoing the legacy of the Sandinistas by pushing for the privatization of state-run industries, and reduction of social services and tariffs like his counterparts in El Salvador, while restoring property rights, courting foreign investors and solidifying good relations with the U.S. 72. The Clinton administration supported these latter objectives, which reversed social improvements during the period of Sandinista rule when public expenditures on health care and education increased dramatically. 73. The American embassy in Managua acknowledged, ironically, that while liberalizing economic reforms had helped stabilize Nicaragua's currency and brought inflation under control, the anticipated economic growth had failed to materialize. 74. 3 out of 4 Nicaraguans at the time lived in poverty and not 1 in 2 had steady work. 75. Failing to reverse these numbers, U.S. aid programs in Nicaragua and the rest of Central America were primarily designed, like in the Cold War, to undercut the left, build markets for U.S. exports, and to support privatization initiatives designed to open up new opportunities for U.S. corporations. 76. By the late 1990s, 51% of Central American exports to the U.S. were concentrated in maquiladora production, mainly clothing, while 37% consisted of agricultural production. 77. The Clinton administration did adopt some progressive initiatives in Central America, such as a program to provide land and vocational and academic training to ex-FMLN combatants in El Salvador, whose purpose was in part to strengthen the peace process. 78. Clinton also earned plaudits in Nicaragua when he met with the victims of Hurricane Mitch, giving a speech pledging $120 million to build temporary shelters, medical care, and remove landmines uprooted by torrential rains beneath a volcano that was still scarred by a hurricane-induced mudslide that buried 2 villages. 79. However, overall not that much had changed from the Cold War. Money designated to election monitoring, for example, tended to be directed towards right-wing political parties and for programs designed to monitor human rights violations committed by left-wing groups. 80. Countering Peru's shining path, CIA Superman to the rescue. From 1993 to 1998, the highest total of U.S. aid to Latin America went to Peru. Its president Alberto Fujimori inaugurated large-scale privatization and tax reduction policies in the mining sector, where U.S. corporations such as Phelps Dodge had billions in investments. Providing telephoto cameras, listening devices, night vision goggles, and a video camera that could be concealed in a briefcase, the CIA directed a Phoenix-style operation led by an agent nicknamed Superman against the Maoist Sendero Luminoso, resulting in the disappearance of thousands. 81. Superman headed the training, equipping, and financing of the police counterinsurgency unit that captured Sendero leader Abimael Guzman Reynoso. CIA agents allegedly went through the trash of a local grocery store, which aided them in locating Guzman's whereabouts. Benedicto Jimenez, another one of the heads of the police counterinsurgency unit that hunted Reynoso, told the Washington Post that they were very close to us. Without that support, it would have been a bit difficult to get where we got. 82. Sendero was known among Latin American leftist organizations for its violent attacks against civilians that ultimately discredited its cause, though the army and police bear considerable blame for instigating the vicious cycle of violence and often outdoing Sendero in their brutality. A lot of the military aid in the counterinsurgency campaign was packaged as part of the war on drugs. The Clinton administration provided fixed-wing aircraft and high-altitude surveillance and satellite imagery of coca cultivation areas through a radar station at Iquitos. American intelligence also monitored movement of planes and then gave orders to Peruvians to shoot them down. Investigation into the killing of an American family in one incident revealed that airspace surveillance had been contracted to a private firm located at Maxwell Air Force Base, prompting The Guardian to characterize the anti-narcotics campaign as a war of mercenaries. 83. Colombia, another dirty war. The Clinton administration supported another dirty war against the leftist Fuerzas Armada Revolucionario de Colombia, providing over $1 billion in military assistance, including eavesdropping equipment and satellite intelligence used to track down rebel commanders deep in the jungle, along with GPS guidance kits and smart bombs, which were launched from Vietnam vintage AC-47 gunships. 84. When Clinton traveled to Colombia, he was accompanied by Gary Drummond, an Alabama coal baron who faced lawsuits for paying right-wing paramilitary fighters to terrorize the population along the 120-mile rail line from Drummond's two mines valued at $7.50 billion to their port on the Caribbean. The paramilitaries tortured and killed innocent people to keep them from giving haven to left-wing FARC rebels who had bombed the railway leading to Drummond's mines in response to their displacement of locals and poisoning of the local environment. A Drummond employee was convicted of arranging for the paramilitaries to kill two Drummond co-union leaders, Valmor Locarno and Victor Orcasita. 85. In October 1999, the Colombian president presiding over the dirty war, Andrés Pastrana, traveled to Houston, Texas to meet with oil, gas, and electricity industry executives and asked for their assistance to defeat FARC in return for generous concessions in Colombia. 86. President Clinton, for his part, warned Pastrana not to make a deal with FARC as a precondition for the aid package. When Pastrana revealed that his government would allow FARC to control a demilitarized zone as part of its peace talks, a U.S. State Department official noted that the peace process has frightened the heck out of people. 87. This was because, as a congressional aide put it, every pirate, bandit, everyone who wants to make money on war there in Colombia. 88. The pirates included the Houston-based energy giant Enron, which owns Centragas, a 357-mile natural gas distribution system in northern Colombia, and Los Angeles-based Occidental Oil, which held controlling interests in the Quinolama and Convenaz oil field and pipeline running from the Venezuelan border. Occidental employed security contractors who participated in counterinsurgency operations against the leftist National Liberation Army and FARC and made payments to the Colombian army. Vice President Al Gore, who supported Plan Colombia, happened to have over $500,000 worth of family stocks in Occidental, which contributed at least $250,000 to the Clinton-Gore ticket. 89. The company's founder, Armand Hammer, had been a key benefactor of Gore's political career, along with that of his father, Senator Al Gore Sr. 90. In June 2001, a Colombian court heard how an American security firm working for Occidental had played a fatal role in an ill-starred army raid against FARC, directing helicopter gunships that mistakenly killed 18 civilians. 91. This was a notable example of the nexus between large corporations, the Colombian government and army, and Clinton administration officials who were complicit in egregious human rights crimes. Neoliberalism, authoritarianism, and corruption. In the last 4 years of his presidency, Clinton's administration increased military and police aid to Bolivia, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru collectively from $161 million to $977 million. 92. These totals reflected the growing militarization of U.S. foreign policy and the fact that, even with the destruction of the left during the Cold War, neoliberal economic policies could be continuously sustained only by force and repression. 93. In April 1995, Brazilian President Fernando Henrique Cardoso, a close Clinton ally who dismantled the state sector and liberalized Brazil's oil industry, tellingly signed a $1.4 billion contract with a consortium of firms led by Raytheon to build a technologically sophisticated Amazon surveillance system, which Clinton said underscored the growing partnership between the U.S. and Brazil. 94. CIVM was put to use in an offensive against the rural landless movement that had 150 of its members killed during Cardoso's presidency. 95. Besides Cardoso, one of Clinton's most stalwart regional allies was Bolivian President Gonzalo Sanchez de Lozada, a multimillionaire mining executive and protege of Chicago school economist Milton Friedman. He caused thousands to lose their jobs through ill-conceived privatization and austerity measures and was later indicted for repressing popular protests in which 68 people were killed and over 400 injured, mostly from the indigenous Aymara community. 96 As if back in the days of William H. Taft's dollar diplomacy, Goni allowed U.S. companies to purchase Bolivia's electric company and major portions of the oil company, with Enron and Shell financing a gas pipeline project. 97 Another Clinton favorite was Argentine President Carlos Menem, who privatized Yacimientos Petrolíferos Fiscales, the oldest nationalized oil company outside the Soviet Union. A flamboyant playboy who married a Miss Universe 35 years his junior, Menem was sentenced to 7 years in prison for illegally smuggling more than 6,000 tons of military weapons to Croatia, which was then under an arms embargo. A staunch anti-communist and proponent of the Washington Consensus, Menem further pardoned leaders of Argentina's military dictatorship that kidnapped, tortured, and disappeared left-wing activists and aligned Argentina's foreign policy almost completely with the U.S., leaving the non-aligned movement and supporting the U.S. NATO bombing of Kosovo. 98 When U.S. Secretary of State Warren Christopher called Menem's economic minister, Domingo Cavallo, who imposed a made-in-Wall Street plan for the economy that included the removal of tariffs and subsidies and privatization of 90% of formerly state-owned firms, a hero, Raúl Alfonsín, the leader of the opposition Radical Civic Union, said that Christopher's statements provided the best acknowledgement that the adjustment plan furthered by the Menem administration is tailor-made for U.S. interests. According to Alfonsín, the adjustment policy was a disaster for Argentines. It had plunged into hunger and unemployment, whereas in the U.S. thousands of new jobs have been created, so no wonder Cavallo is dubbed a hero. 99 In Venezuela, when socialist Hugo Chavez won elections in 1998, the NED began heavily funding members of the opposition to subvert Chavez rule and support a referendum to unseat him. 100 Chavez's predecessor, Rafael Caldera, had earned plaudits for opening Venezuela's petroleum sector to foreign investment and enacting a sweeping privatization initiative including in the banking and insurance sectors that created tremendous trade and investment opportunities for U.S. companies. Chavez sought to limit these in the interests of the Venezuelan people. 101 Speaking at the tomb of Simon Bolívar before a plaza that was two-thirds empty, Clinton praised Caldera for playing a key role in Latin America's unfolding quiet revolution that had left Cuba the only dictatorship in the hemisphere. 102 No matter that the Washington Post had earlier reported on Caldera's suspension of basic constitutional rights after he introduced wrenching austerity measures that triggered street protests. 103 The U.S. State Department further reported serious human rights problems, including extrajudicial killings and torture by Venezuelan police and military forces, which received around $11.5 million per year from the Clinton administration under the war on drugs. Many of the abuses were committed while combating Colombian guerrillas along with narco-traffickers in operations, which Chavez government halted. 104 Triggering the pink tide. As Clinton's first term was taking shape, then National Security Advisor Anthony Lake wrote that the aim of U.S. policy in the Americas would be the enlargement of the area within which free markets and free elections held sway. It was understood by all the relevant players, of course, that what was really being enlarged was the scope of U.S. influence. The North American Congress on Latin America concluded that free markets have not meant the free circulation of goods and services as much as the opening of Western Hemisphere economies to transnational investment, bringing low-cost, tax-free production and the easy movement of goods and capital but not workers across national borders. According to NACLA, free elections, important as they are after years of brutal dictatorships in much of the hemisphere, have not allowed sovereign peoples to choose among alternate futures, as much as they have given voters the ability to choose among alternate managers of a U.S.-dominated hemispheric system. 105 Bill Clinton indeed may have put a more liberal and progressive gloss on U.S. foreign policy in Latin America, but what he instituted were policies that were designed to secure U.S. hemispheric dominance and facilitate the third conquest of the continent by multinational corporations. Venezuela's El Nacional aptly editorialized that the devastating effects in Latin America of the push for open markets and liberalization force the poor either to emigrate to the U.S. or resort to harvesting the coca leaf, poppies, or marijuana. 106 By the dawn of the 21st century, left-wing forces that had been crushed by U.S. backed state terror in the 1960s, 1970s, and 1980s were reascending. Hugo Chávez's election victory in 1998 helped ignite a left-wing tide that saw election of such progressives as Evo Morales, Lula, Néstor Kirchner, Rafael Correa, Daniel Ortega, Fernando Lugo, and other leaders who attempted to establish greater political economic autonomy for their people. Conclusion: laying the groundwork for the U.S. foreign policy disasters that followed. Historians looking back at America in the 1990s will recognize those years as an era of great prosperity, hubris, and overreach. Clinton himself as a man embodied the country's excesses. He strode onto the political scene like a giant and lived the life of a rock star. His decadence epitomized that of America during its moment in the sun before the storm set in, and the country thrust itself on the road to ruin through its overreaction to the 9/11 terrorist attacks and ill-fated invasions of Iraq and Afghanistan. Clinton's task, as a long-standing deep state operative recognized early for his political talent, had been to help reverse the movement towards isolationism following the Vietnam War, and to sell American wars abroad as humanitarian interventions and fights against terrorism and drugs, or other supposedly noble causes. Clinton could pull it off because he had an engaging personality and could win over the aging hippie set by casting himself as a former flower child, when he was in reality always very much part of the political establishment and hungry for power from the time he was in third grade, as a friend put it. Like past U.S. leaders, Clinton repeatedly lied and deceived the American public, as he had done to the people of Arkansas when he was governor. In Bosnia, Clinton claimed that the Serbs were Nazis and Milosevic was the new Hitler, yet Milosevic and the Serbs had tried to keep the Yugoslav Federation together. Instead, America allied with Muslim fundamentalists who were in league with Al-Qaeda and Croat militias who committed the largest act of ethnic cleansing in the war. Clinton told more lies when he bombed Iraq and said that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction, and when he sanctioned Iran because it had allegedly sponsored acts of terrorism and was building a nuclear bomb. Clinton also claimed to stand up for human rights but sold massive quantities of weapons to some of the worst human rights violators in the world, including to Turkey, Israel, Indonesia under Suharto, Colombia, and Egypt, and refused to sign on to UN treaties banning landmines and child soldiers. Clinton further helped ruin Russia's economy and rig its 1996 election, blocked efforts to get cheap HIV/AIDS drugs in Africa out of fealty to pharmaceutical companies, and helped support Rwanda and Uganda as they invaded and plundered the Congo and massacred hundreds of thousands of people. In so many ways, Clinton's malign foreign policies set the groundwork for the disasters that were to follow under Bush II, Obama, Trump, and Biden. Although most people associate the war on terror with the presidency of Bush II, who popularized the term, it was Reagan who first launched the concept, and Clinton most significantly, who after the 1993 attack on the World Trade Towers, seized upon Reagan's talking points and inflated them into a massive and aggressive program to fight what he called the new terrorism. Virtually by fiat, Clinton assumed new and unprecedented presidential powers, including the right to intrude on personal privacy, restrict civil liberties, and send American troops to fight in foreign military conflicts without the consent of Congress. He accomplished these unconstitutional infringements of executive power by panicking the public with threats of bomb-planting terrorists, foreign terrorists, homegrown terrorists, cyber-terrorists, rogue state terrorists, and terrorists for which names hadn't even been invented. Foreshadowing the next four administrations, Clinton's war on terror was itself terrorist in nature, written with double standards that adopted terror tactics such as extraordinary rendition, targeted assassinations, and the bombing of non-combatant civilians with both piloted aircraft and drones. Yet even as he terrorized civilian populations in violation of the United Nations Charter of Human Rights, Clinton hypocritically pointed to human rights violations allegedly being committed by others to justify his own illegal military interventions, which were supposedly needed to protect beleaguered people from genocide. Clinton's administration pressed for regime change in Iraq by deceitfully raising public alarm about mythical WMDs. This enabled him to reward his corporate donors with billion-dollar contracts for exotic new weapons systems, which were then deployed by private mercenaries who didn't show up on the U.S. Army payroll, thereby limiting dissent by keeping his shady military interventions out of sight. Learning from the master, many Clintonite disciples including Leon Panetta, Rahm Emanuel, Susan Rice, less-known figures like Ivo Daalder, Harold Killer Koh, Wendy Sherman, and Tom Donilon, and of course Hillary Clinton would go on to help run U.S. foreign policy in the Obama and Biden administrations, which extended Clinton's policies in so many ways. 1 Cloaked in a liberal veneer, these legacy policies of Clinton ratcheted up further provocations towards Russia and China, used Ukraine as a battering ram directed against Russia, invaded Libya under the pretext of a humanitarian intervention, waged a covert war by arming Islamic fundamentalists in Syria, and ramped up the militarized war on drugs. 2. His administration laid the groundwork for subsequent administrations' further promotion of free trade agreements designed to expand U.S. corporate power and the increasing use of sanctions to ruin the economies of regimes they didn't like, and subsidizing opposition media and political parties in countries that promoted an independent foreign policy. Obama and Biden administration officials were very skilled in fabricating atrocity stories or exaggerating the human rights abuses of U.S. government enemies to win public support for military interventions that killed thousands of civilians and destroyed entire countries. 3 They amplified Clinton's tactic of using smears to destroy political opponents, even manufacturing a fake political scandal called Russiagate to accuse a Republican president of treason and ratchet up public support for a war with Russia. According to a 2016 profile by Mark Landler in the New York Times Magazine, entitled How Hillary Became a Hawk, Hillary carried on Bill's legacy as one of the most hawkish secretaries of state on record. Called the Liberal Nixon by Barbara Olson, chief counsel for the House Oversight Committee that investigated an assortment of Clinton scandals, Hillary tried to pressure President Barack Obama to increase U.S. troops' presence in Afghanistan beyond the numbers projected under his surge policy, b. sustain a U.S. troop presence in Iraq, c. funnel more arms to anti-government rebels in Syria, d. dispatch a U.S. aircraft carrier in waters between North Korea and China as a show of U.S. force, and e. reject the appearance of any public concessions to Russia, even if they be merely symbolic gestures of goodwill, despite supposedly being engaged in a good faith effort to reset the previously antagonistic relationship between the US and Russia. Hillary also forcefully pressured Obama into attacking Libya, going so far as to promote slanderous and salacious disinformation about Muammar Gaddafi to generate public support for the US military intervention, while invoking the myth of US government inaction during the Rwanda genocide. The pretext for the war that Gaddafi was going to massacre his civilian population was false. The U.S.'s true intent was a. to stop Gaddafi from creating a pan-African currency to replace the dollar, b. seize control of his oil, c. seize control of the even more valuable freshwater reservoir beneath Libya, d. and steal the gold from Libya's treasury, which mysteriously disappeared after the invasion and has never been found. 4 Defense Secretary Robert Gates told the New York Times that Hillary Clinton's backing of military intervention in Libya was decisive. Obama had told him privately in the Oval Office that the Libya decision was 51-49, and Gates said, "I've always thought that Hillary's support for the broader mission in Libya put the president on the 51 side of the line for a more aggressive approach." An aide said that Hillary's foreign policy instincts were grounded in cold realism about human nature and a textbook view of American exceptionalism. Mark Landler wrote in his New York Times Magazine profile that, for all their bluster about bombing the Islamic State into oblivion, neither Donald J. Trump nor Senator Ted Cruz of Texas has demonstrated anywhere near the appetite for military engagement abroad that Clinton has. 5 Which was true of Bill Clinton as well. Clinton was a political animal who almost never acted out of principle. Many of his supporters worshipped him like a cult leader going back to his early career in Arkansas, while others invoked the trope about the lesser evil and saw Clinton as a bulwark against the radical right. But in many ways, he was a greater evil than either Bush or Dole because Clinton successfully cloaked his neoliberal and neo-imperial policies under a progressive veneer, which enabled him, like Barack Obama, later on to successfully diffuse anti-war and other populist protest movements. Bob Dole once said that the relationship between money and politics in this country is not conducive to good government. 6. This is as true of foreign as it is of domestic policy. Clinton was elected due to the funding and support of his corporate sponsors, so it is no surprise that they drove his policy agenda. He used the military time and again to protect and expand U.S. corporate profits, even if it weakened the American economy as a whole, seeking to satisfy the military-industrial intelligence complex that had helped to make him president, regardless of human cost. A key part of Clinton's legacy is the slippery slope he created that inexorably led to the later foreign policy excesses of the Bush, Obama, and Trump administrations, which now are continued by the Biden administration. Thanks to Clinton's legacy, the U.S. has sacrificed millions of lives and trillions of dollars fighting unjustifiable and unwinnable wars in Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, and now in Ukraine, which could very easily turn nuclear. Rather than being one of the best presidents in American history, Clinton should rank near the bottom with others of this generation. Clinton's charisma and charm may have won over the voters of his day, but historians and contemporary commentators should not be blind to the fact that his deleterious policies set in motion the beginning of America's imperial decline.